Mayor, your mic.
We're calling the meeting to order. Could people please take their seats? And thank you. Could we start off with roll call?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Romack?
Here.
Councilmember Henderson?
Here.
Councilmember Pallavi?
Here.
Vice Mayor Klostad?
Here.
And Mayor Zabriskie?
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? Okay, now we're going to go to public comment. I believe a number of people here may want to speak on the Hope Ridge House out on Sierra Drive. I want you to be aware there's a flyer on the table in the back of the room for a community meeting being sponsored by the Nevada County and AMI Housing on February 6th. If any of you want to grab that flyer, please do so as quietly as possible. Now, the public comment, this is a general public comment for items that are not on the agenda. That means you should be speaking to the council. The council itself will not be able to discuss, carry on a dialogue, or make any decisions in response to your comments. We can direct something to staff or make a very brief remark, but we can't get into the substance of the matter. The other thing is the public comments are limited to 3 minutes each. I encourage people who want to say something that's already been said several times to simply express their concurrence, their agreement with what was previously said, only in the interest of time. Otherwise, go for your full 3 minutes. Do we have a clock up here? There's a clock up here you can keep an eye on. We're going to cut you off at 3 minutes, and if you watch the clock, you'll be able to have a way to try and wrap up within the time frame. Okay, I see people have already lined up. Would you please just state your name and then provide us with your comment?
Hi, good evening, Town Council. Phoebe Bell. I'm the Behavioral Health Director for Nevada County, as well as a 30-year Truckee resident. And I'm here to share a little more information about the Hope Ridge House, which clearly there's a lot of interest in and concern about and questions around. And I want to start by just stressing there is definitely a lot of confused information out there, and hoping to start to get some good information out there, as well as, like you alluded to, hold a community forum shortly. So for starters, the Hope Ridge House is a permanent supportive housing project in the Armstrong neighborhood of Truckee. It is not a homeless shelter. It is a long-term house where people will live. It will provide supportive services to the people who live there, and it's, again, a place where people will stay for potentially years. And in addition, there'll be a house manager on site, which permanent supportive housing is a evidence-based practice that's used throughout the country. It's a great strategy for providing a stable living environment for people, and it's really involves that piece of having the supportive services wrapped around that person. It's important to understand that Truckee needs a project like this. Right now, we have 0 permanent supportive housing beds in Truckee, and this differs from Western Nevada County, where we have 18 locations and over 200 people housed in supportive environments like this. And even in North Tahoe and Kings Beach, we have permanent supportive housing with 13 people housed. These units work really well. They're in neighborhoods. People get the support they need, and it gets people out of living unsheltered and unhoused. In Truckee specifically, our last point in time count had 30 homeless individuals in Truckee, and we identified a need for 44 units of supportive housing. So this project that would house 5 people is a step towards that long-term goal of being able to provide housing for everyone in Truckee who needs it. A couple of the things that I want to clarify a bit about the project. Number one, not a shelter. It's a house where people have leases and live for the long haul. Secondly, this is for Truckee folks. These are people who we know through our work with people experiencing homelessness here. They're people who either grew up here, went to school here, have family here, have ties to our community, just like all of us have ties to our community, and that's who would be housed in this situation. And then I know there's some concern about we don't have services in Truckee, and I think it's important to stress that Nevada County Behavioral Health has a psychiatrist, multiple therapists, case manager, nurse who work in our Truckee offices and who would be the mental health support for anybody that needs it from this house. But also there'd be case managers assigned specifically to this house to ensure that there's the comprehensive services. So a lot more to say, but I really encourage people to come to the community meeting that we'll be holding Thursday, February 6th, 5:30, Truckee, right here in the town chambers, and it'll be a chance to just learn more about housing services in general, strategies for homelessness, and this project. Thanks.
Hello, my name is Ruth Cross. I have lived in Truckee for over 50 years, hard to believe. Worked in our family business until I retired, and as a company, we donated thousands of dollars to the community for educational purposes, sports, recreational activities, and the hospital cancer center. I can't think of a more deserving use of funds than the support of the homeless in our community. Sorry, I'm getting choked up because I care about them so much. And I have been an active volunteer for those who need housing for approximately 10 years. I have personally gotten to know the people who will qualify for the program and be provided with interim housing until permanent housing is available. They are not bad people, but want to work and have the opportunity to restore their lives. It is hard to work without laundry and shower services, just impossible. We are all but a tick away from homelessness. But by the grace of God, we have not had everything taken away from us by bad debts, divorce, all kinds of stuff. I have a drug house across the street from me, and in the past, alcoholics, but they have had 4 walls around them, so you don't really look at them. We are not talking about the chronically homeless. This misinformation is going on, is very depressing, and serves no purpose. Get to know them. They are down on their luck, but they are not bad people. I wanted to talk about a little bit the Hope Ridge House, but I think most of it already got covered. But I wanted just to clarify that there will be a house manager on site. The manager will support the house after hours, and a case manager will be on site to engage residents during the day. We will be available to neighbors with concerns or questions, and will respond in a timely manner to any phone calls or emails. If issues arise, we will work proactively to develop solutions to avoid further problems. Truckee has about 30 people experiencing homelessness. Currently, there are approximately 18 locations providing housing to 221 residents in western Nevada County, 0 in Truckee. Permanent supportive housing locations providing 79 people with permanent housing, 0 in Truckee. A recent analysis identified a total need of 44 permanent supportive housing beds in Truckee, and Placer County has 13.
Thank you, Mrs. Cross.
Hello, Council. My name is Mike Levac, and I've lived here in Truckee full-time since 1990. I support efforts to house the homeless, and I believe in the critical imperative of improving the homeless situation. Homeless people are not bad people, and it is very easy to become unhoused. I learned about the Hope Ridge House project in Truckee from a community flyer created by neighbors. And several days later, there was an article in the Sierra Sun, and Nevada County established a single-page website stating that inaccurate information was provided to neighbors before we, the county, had a chance to conduct neighborhood outreach. I think that's very regrettable. The single county website page now states that a property in Armstrong tract has been leased with the intention of the county purchasing the property for what is called interim housing that will become permanent long-term supportive housing for the homeless. The county says this will not be a homeless shelter, although it will include a full-time on-site manager, a 24-hour crisis helpline, and regular visits by caseworkers. My concerns include the lack of outreach and engagement. The county says it will host a meeting soon to discuss operations, not whether this should occur in Armstrong. The requirement for a full-time on-site site manager, a crisis hotline, and regular visits by caseworkers, which will be managed for a fee by a firm called AMI Housing for profit, describes a commercial and clinical use, not a residential use. The necessity of these resources is not reassuring, and it is alarming that these individuals proposed for housing will need this level of supervision and oversight. Nevada County does not even have a Child Protective Services officer who is based in our town. It is doubtful that these resources will be available that are needed to support these homeless folks. It seems that the residents of Armstrong are being unfairly discriminated against since this area is relatively more affordable than some others, or because it has a less active HOA. What would the residents of Tahoe Donner say if the county informed them that it was purchasing a single-family home for an interim housing facility for the long-term homeless who have connections to Truckee? The county website provides assurance that the homeless residents will live here for many years. In that case, this will be unplanned permanent supportive housing, unlike the other 8 affordable workforce housing projects that were properly planned and established in town. Why is this ad hoc and hastily conceived idea being pursued in this way? I am very concerned about the precedent this sets for Nevada County to acquire private residential property in Truckee and convert it to homeless housing. If this project will address the need for 5 people, there are 35 people who will remain unhoused, and the county may purchase additional houses throughout the community without the consent or knowledge of the homeowners. I support efforts to house the homeless. I believe in the critical imperative of improving the situation, just not this way. And I hope that Nevada County and the town of Truckee will carefully reconsider this land use and this project and the zoning, supported by a rigorous and transparent public process. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Levac. Would appreciate it if you save the applause for after you leave. Same with the booze. Let's just not have any of that. Share your enthusiasm or lack of it outside, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Town Council. J.D. Haas here. I'm here today to comment on the Hope Ridge House in Truckee and to help find a solution that works for all. On Monday, January 13th at 1:06 p.m., I was advised that Nevada County was opening a house to shelter the homeless on February 1st. It was being labeled supportive housing. At 2:02 p.m., I spoke with the Nevada County Health and Human Service managers. I was informed that this facility was opening February 1st in the Armstrong tract and being called transitional housing. I was also advised that this home was for individuals who need help socially and emotionally to transition to Section 8 housing. I was also told that they would not start with on-site supervision, only cameras, and no drug testing would be done. So I've shared with some of you and in public comment in Grass Valley with Nevada County Board of Supervisors that from the ages of 15 to 18, I experienced periods of homelessness due to addiction. I'm one of them. That's my dirty story. I ended up in front of Judge Lou Carnahan of Reno, Nevada, who sentenced me to strict supervision and programs to help guide me to a path that led me where I am today. I'm still in contact with him 36 years later to share my success story, which he calls amends. I had a follow-up meeting on January 15th at 1 p.m. with the Director and Program Manager for Health and Human Services and our District 5 Supervisor for Nevada County. I shared my concerns, my personal story. I was advised there would be no drug testing of individuals and that the tenants were free to leave the property to use off-site without violating house rules. I was also advised that there was a house manager position available that has not been filled. In my opinion, that meeting ended in unsatisfactory results. I speak from experience that more stringent guidelines are needed to help with the recovery of these residents. I then began contacting my other local resources, discovered that Nevada County had planned on no community outreach until after the tenants had moved in, as it would be a much smoother transition for them. On Monday, January 20th, I informed my neighbors about what was coming to the Armstrong tract via a flyer in their mailbox. I'm the whistleblower. I stand here today to bring this project to public light so that together as a community, we can find better solutions for homelessness in Truckee. And, you know, as being one of them, that was a very difficult time for me, and that's my dirty secret. I don't want to tell you where it all ended up, sleeping in the corner of a garage in a drug house. And then I had direction and people to help to get me to where I'm at today. I did hear a statement here tonight that there'd be an on-site full-time manager. It was posted. It's 4 hours a day. That's what it is. It pays $18 an hour. I'm a businessman. I wouldn't bet on that for $2.5 million. We can do better, Truckee.
Thank you, JD.
Hello, good evening. My name is Brian Farrell. I'm a 30-year Truckee resident and a 25-year homeowner in the Armstrong tract. I'm not bothered by the misinformation. I'm bothered by the lack of information. I have 2 young daughters that are high school and elementary school age. I retired after a 32-year career in the fire service, and I now work a full-time job to provide for my daughters and to ensure that they have everything they need, health care, all that. I just feel so deceived, and when I called Nevada County, all I got was scripted answers. And everybody that's been so pro this program, it's not in their neighborhood. It's not next to their house. We have 2 daycares in the neighborhood where these pedestrians that aren't going to have vehicles are going to have to walk by. There's the elementary school. We don't have the supportive programs. And yes, we are all one bad decision or one unfortunate thing away from ending up homeless. But I work hard, as do everyone else here, and that is so I can be a homeowner in this town. I asked, why isn't it going in? And Martis, because the Nevada County representative wanted to brag about how many millions of dollars have been allocated for this program. I said, if there's billions of dollars for the program, why don't you put this in Martis Camp? Why don't you put this in Grays Crossing? Because it would never happen. It wouldn't happen. And the reason it's off record and it's underhand is because they don't want public comment. We all have opinions. We all want to help the needy. And I served 32 years in the state of California helping those in need. Every call I went to was at people's worst opportunity. So I have seen it. I have responded to homeless in this town. I've treated homeless in this town. And I have never and will never consider myself a selfish person, but I am going to be selfish in the protection of my daughters, my wife, my community, and my investment in this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fair.
Hi, my name is Dave Sheets. I live in the Armstrong tract since 1984. Back in 1993, there was a ballot item that was incorporation for the town of Truckee. Town of Truckee happened as a result of that. Part of the spirit behind that was that we wouldn't be at the whim of Nevada County and we'd have more local control. Here we are at the whim of Nevada County, and as has been said, less than transparent. We're really sorry about the misinformation. There was no information getting out. So yeah, in the vacuum, that's what happened. So here's where we are today with a project that we understand is a done deal. Where's the town of Truckee with this? Town of Truckee absolutely had to have gone along with what Nevada County's wanting to do. What happened to local control? Remember, incorporation, 1993? You know, the Armstrong tract is a working class community. One of the few places that people here that actually work can afford to live, and barely at this point. This so-called not homeless shelter is alarming to us. Kids will be dropped off the bus walking by that place. This is something that I feel like I'm wasting my time right now, and we're wasting your time because you have agenda items. We had an SB 9 proposal that luckily we were able to resolve by buying the lot. But, you know, Armstrong Tract and the other areas without homeowners associations, we're going to be targets one time after another for things like this. Because it's not going to happen in Tahoe. It's not going to happen in Martis Camp. It's going to happen in the places that don't have homeowners associations, and none of the people that were involved in this process are going to be living in an area where this type of project would be in their neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheets.
and let you know that it does affect the town. We may be at the end of this road at Donner Pass, but you know what? People drive by every day. Tourists drive by. Truckee Thursday has been affected by it. They won't even walk on our side half the time when they smell the pot smoke. They're so disrespectful to us. They smoke during the gallery opening. I smoke cigarettes, but at least I buy them legally. And we have drop-offs right in front of the door at a drug-free environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Shelley, I have a question.
Yes.
Had you provided the clerk with a rental agreement addendum?
Yes.
Was that you? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Just so you guys could see what's in the lease that he is not
Thank you.
backing up.
Thank you, Shelley.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Paul, council members, folks. You know, I won't touch on that. I want to touch on the homeless comments. You know, I was homeless for 10, 15 years and had the opportunity here in Truckee. Now, our welcome to Truckee wasn't good. It was drug, alcohol, dog bites, and everything. You know, we didn't sign up for that. You know, we're part of Regional Housing Section 8, which we're more than grateful for. But, you know, with my wife with 20 years absence from all substances, and myself 10 years, I was the dummy. But, you know, I tried to make, you know, where we live a better place. Now, my mouth goes rampant. Yeah, it's a little foul. But, you know, I pick up trash, shovel snow, pick up dog poop. You know, I'm in, I guess I could say correlation with UP, Union Pacific. I can go on the tracks and pick up trash, only when I have a supervisor with me to watch my back. But, you know, it's... You know, from going from homeless to a roof, you know, it does take a transition. You know, this is our third year here in Truckee, but I've been in, you know, we've been Nevada County residents for...
That's yours?
Yeah, me around 40. So anyhow, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Sarah Green, 30-year Truckee resident. I'd like to commend Nevada County for taking the lead on the Hope Ridge House. This project is an effort to provide much-needed housing for those who are experiencing homelessness. I've recently learned that that there are existing very successful examples of housing projects like this down on the western side of Nevada County. Housing that, from what I understand, is indistinguishable from the rest of the neighborhood. Yeah, it's unfortunate that there's a lot of questions still, but hopefully next week we can get more answers and find out truly how this would look, how it's worked in other areas. I think we have a lot of information we need to gather still, but I think it's critical that we are involved and share opinions, but find out more information. I, again, give Nevada County and Supervisor Bullock kudos for the work they're doing, and I hope that the town council will continue their support as well.
Thank you, Ms. Green.
Hi, my name is Sarah Kilgour, and I am the owner of the new daycare that's going in at the corner on, I'm nervous, right on an Armstrong track. And I am not for or against it. All I would like is that we have more information, that it isn't keeping hidden from us, and that we know what we're going to get into once or if it is approved. My thing is I will be having the littlest ones in our community, and my goal is to keep them as safe as possible. So if it does get approved and it is a transitional housing where, you know, people can come and go, you know, I would just like to be informed so that I can secure my facility so that I can ensure our community that when they drop off their most precious things to me, that I can keep them as safe as possible. Whether the housing goes in around the corner, it's literally like 10 houses from where my daycare is going in. So I'm just here as I just would like, the safety precautions to go in. It is by another school and a daycare. So if there were stipulations, drug testing, sex offender, those things need to be brought up. Those things need to be addressed before I feel things like this get approved. We are a small community, and I just hope that, we will come to the best, decision that keeps the community safe and as well as our homeless safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gota.
Hi, my name is Samantha Reed. I've been up here since '93. I don't know if this is allowed, but I would like to give my minutes to Allison. But I just wanted to say that I am a nurse in town. I'm not representing Tahoe Forest right now. I'm representing the nursing, but I do not agree with this project. And I haven't had a lot of time to learn about it. It's been like a week and a half of me coming at it and trying to figure out everything to help out. But if it's okay, can I pass it along to Allison?
Actually not. I'm sorry I didn't mention that. You're
Okay.
allotted 3 minutes. She'll get 3 minutes.
All right, then I'll just continue then.
Sure.
I found out about this, like I said, like a week and a half ago. I have not had much time to do all the, research and stuff regarding it. It was brought to my attention about the Brown Bear in Kings Beach as an example of that, which is a 14-bed motel renovated place. Already a commercial building, not in a residential community. As a community member, it concerns me for putting these kind of projects into residential areas. I don't want to open that door. But as a nurse, I'm compassionate, obviously. I care about the homeless, but I do take care of the homeless. And I understand what comes and goes. The flyers that Nevada County put out were very vague. They after the flyer went out from the community, they came in response and said, no transitional housing, no homeless shelter, no this, no this, no this, no this, no this, which is does not answer questions. We shouldn't be coming at defensively trying to fix this problem. We need to be coming in as a community and talking about it and coming up with good ideas that everyone agrees with. As Truckee, that is the Truckee way. So when looking at that, one of the things that it said is it said that people that had ties to Truckee could live in this place. Another aspect of me working at the hospital is once Nevada County started this kind of stuff back in the day, people started getting moved up here. And then they end up in the hospital on oxygen because we're in higher elevation. They don't have the health issues to succumb to our area. And our hospital is a beautiful hospital, and I'm so proud to work at Tahoe Forest, but we are a rural hospital. We don't have a ton of beds, and maybe as time progresses that changes. But right now, moving in people like this, wherever they're coming from, if they're coming from Grass Valley, it's just so vague. So I'm hoping that the community has more chances to get involved rather than it just be plopped into the Armstrong track, which I would personally not like to see. I guess I only have 17 minutes. I would have been a little more prepared. I was planning on passing the baton. But anyway, thank you very much. I love our community, and I know so many people because I've been up here forever. So I know people are seeing me as a villain. Someone called me heartless. I'm far from that. Just want to see the best for us all.
Thank you, Ms. Reed.
Mayor Zabriskie and members of the Town Council, my name is Allison Bermont. I have lived in the Armstrong residence and own my home there since 2004, and this is my 25th year working as a public defender. I've worked as a conflict public defender in both Truckee and Tahoe City Courts for over 20 years. In most counties, there is a robust adult system of care that has drug treatment and mental health programs that work in conjunction with behavioral health departments. Nevada County does have that system in place, but it is in Grass Valley and Nevada City. If you go on the Nevada County Health and Human Services website and click on substance use services, Truckee is not mentioned. That is because Truckee doesn't even have a DUI program provider currently to service all of the Tahoe area. I would like to show this is the list of Medi-Cal providers for our county. This is it. This is all. That's the only one we have. On behalf of my neighbors and myself, we are asking that the town become involved in this situation. This house was on the market last summer for $1.095 million. I've been told by Hardy Bullock that the residents of this home will live as if in a ski lease, but yet the notice of funding from Home Key, where the money would come to purchase this house, requires that all units must be reserved for individuals with serious mental illness or a substance use disorder that has become homeless. Yesterday, AMI Housing, the master leaseholder, introduced their job posting for this position, the on-site manager, and they do describe this as a transitional house. It is for an individual who has a high school diploma or equivalent at $18 an hour for 20 hours a week and must live on the site and pay approximately $900 in rent. What will happen if a person with schizophrenia stops taking their psychotropic medications and begins using meth or alcohol instead and becomes violent? How is that on-site manager with a high school education going to be prepared to deal with this? I do not believe that the town council is without the ability to take action. The town can force the county to do better. The town can be a partner in choosing a better location that can service more people, not just 5 or 6, but more like 14 or 20, like other projects, but only after sufficient, stable, and consistent services to support people with severe mental illness and substance abuse issues are in place in Truckee, not in Grass Valley, not in Nevada City, because we are not in the same community. And I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Vermont.
Hello, my name is Eric Bryant, and I just wanted to express my concurrence with my fellow neighbors in Armstrong Track, especially Allison's point she just raised. I have a 6-month-old recent father looking forward to, seeing my kid walk to school safely, and I just want to ensure that continues to be the case. We reached out to Ryan, the director of the program, to try and find out more details. He called it transitional housing to start, and then they're backpedaling. There's been so much not necessarily misinformation, but they seem to not be organized, and yet they're still trying to move people in the first of the month, which is a couple days away. So my concern is, if issues do arise, if they're this ill-equipped moving into the project, how are they going to handle issues as they come forward if that becomes the case? So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant.
Hello, Council. My name is Love, as Shelley. She left already, but yeah, she tried to call me up here. Yeah. I live at the Artist Lofts, and I find it very interesting, actually. It feels like there's a lot of deja vu, if you will, because I think this whole attitude of not in my backyard, it's very infectious and it's very common, and I can sympathize. But I'm here because the Artist Lofts were built, and I moved from Sacramento, and I'm grateful to have access to be able to come to a fairly small meeting, because in Sacramento, these meetings would be huge. I'd probably be in line. I probably wouldn't even come up and talk. So I value the fact that I can have a voice in this moment. I want to concur with what Shelley said. There is a huge lack of oversight at the Artist Lofts. It's really bad. I don't know what else to tell you. I have tried to reach out to all the powers that be with not much luck. Essentially, it just feels like even though the town did play a role in establishing the Artist Lofts, it's kind of been abandoned. And yeah, it is a spectrum of income levels there. There are Section 8 folks. There are, I suppose it's a microcosm, if you will. And I know that the reason I say that this whole not in my backyard thing is on my mind is because I think that people didn't want the Artist Lofts to be there. And when they were built and when people moved in, there were more issues. It's true. Like, I don't know why it's a surprise to anyone that folks who are hard on their luck are desperate and have issues. It's kind of strange to me, and I don't know why it's so hard to understand that once you have some support, a literal roof over your head or some shelter, that's when things actually, I don't know, does nobody know Maslow's hierarchy of needs? I don't know, I'm not here to preach, but this feels like a pulpit. So I'm just here to say, please, someone look into how to improve things at the Artist Lofts. I believe that there's a proposal right now for the Truckee Tahoe Community Foundation to move in those lower levels. So I'm very curious to see what will happen when there's actually some stakes going on there, because otherwise, no one seems to care. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lawless.
Hi, my name's Teresa Johnston. I'm a resident here in Truckee, and I've been volunteering with the Homeless Services now for a little over 3 years, maybe 3.5 years. I hear a lot of fear. I hear a lot of anger. I hear everyone is scared. I'm here to reassure you that I personally know the people that are being affected that could be moving into these homes. We are mindful. The group that is putting this together is mindful. They're not going to put dangerous people in the middle of Armstrong Track. We're not going to put pedophiles walking by preschools. This is not the intention. The intention is to get these people back on their feet. These are people who have come from very traumatic backgrounds, who need supportive housing, who need a chance at life. We don't have anything in Nevada County. We don't have anything in Placer County. The town of Truckee, everyone kicks the can back and forth. We used to have a day center where these people could actually go and have a meal. They could wash their clothes, they could bathe, which gave them the opportunity to get a job. Right now, they're in the woods. When there was that fire last summer, everyone blamed the homeless on the fire. Again, they have nowhere to be. And there's only about 30. It's not a huge community around here. We have a state-of-the-art humane society here. There's not a dog sleeping in the woods, but we put people out there in the woods. It's tragic to me. I just think about yesterday, the emancipation of Auschwitz. This is a whole subset of people that were put away and almost exterminated. In our town, we have 30 people down on their luck. And everyone just kind of steps over them at Safeway, doesn't ask to buy them a sandwich. Where's our humanity? We take better care of the bears and the dogs in this community than we do these human beings who, let me tell you, everyone thinks they're choosing to be homeless. No one wants to be homeless. They're there because of extreme trauma, and they need to get out of that cycle. And this home gives 5 people a chance to get out of that cycle. So let's do more. Sure. Let's do more as a community, and let's hold up our weakest people and show our humanity and our compassion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnston.
Hi, I'm Cindy Masso. I've been a full-time resident for 4 years and a homeowner for 20 plus years. I am here to ask for the council's support for a program that is, as Teresa said very eloquently, helping people get off out of a bad situation. I think that everyone wants this program to succeed, the county, Amy Housing, and so they're going to be very conscious of the people they choose. One of the things that I've been doing while I've been working with the homeless for the last 4 years is a mentor program where when people get housing, they lose case management typically. And we each go one-on-one, and we help those people readjust to life. And I think having a case manager on site will help those people get back on their feet. Some of the people have jobs that I know they're considering, but they don't have anywhere to live. And I know the point's been brought up, nowhere to bathe, nowhere to do laundry. The house manager, whatever the term is they're using, will be someone that the neighbors can go to. There'll be a number to call. It's a rental situation with more rules and regulations than any other rental that would be available. there will be higher standards than just local rules and laws. And I'd like to say, in the general population, there are schizophrenics, there are alcoholics, there's drug users, there's people down on their luck, and it's the same in the unhoused community. And I would encourage the council and the neighbors to meet the people when they move in and to get to know them. And I think surprisingly, they'll find they're just people like us. They're people that want to better themselves and need some extra support. And that's what we're here to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Basso.
Hi, my name's Matt Marola. We're been in town for 4 years, up in Armstrong as homeowners for 2 years. Want to just concur with all of my neighbors up in Armstrong about our concern with the situation. I've heard a lot of people come up here to say that they would like to see the success of this program and we should get to know these people, but I would ask them, why did they not come and introduce this program to the people who are going to be next to this program if they want to be so successful? Why are we waiting until after the fact? What I would ask the council is, could you provide to us some outline of how you allocated the budget to this project? It seems like an enormous amount of money for a small amount of housing. And so I'd be curious to know, how did that budget come about? What were like the different houses you looked at, areas, different buildings, different options, and what was the selection criteria to end up here? That would be helpful for us. As far as the businesses that are there, it's not just a preschool and there's other restaurants, there's coffee bar, there's other places. It's also an area where chaining gets done. So if there's loitering, if there's any issue, how will the town address it, right? Because I think somebody remarked that, she purports that we all walk by all the homeless at Safeway. That's not really the case. But what do we do if those people decide that they would like to hang out in front of where their friends now live, and that becomes a new place where homeless tend to congregate in front of a preschool? Will the town come and address that type of issue? So I guess the second thing I would ask is, can the town provide to the residents of the community sort of what the expectations are of the behavior and what we would be able to do if we see some concerning behavior? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Arola.
Hi, my name is Grace Manning. I'm a resident of Truckee, and I also own a property in South County, or West, I guess what you would call West County. The reason I'm standing up here is because I don't think you understand where the money came from for this program. So you've already voted on this. The state of California has already voted on this. This generated from Proposition 1. And I'm going to go ahead and read Proposition 1 to you. So this is the authorization of almost $7 billion for the following: bonds to build mental health treatment facilities for those with mental health and substance use challenges, provides housing for the homeless, which is now a legislative statute. It is now the law of the land. So I'm going to pose this to City Council of Truckee. Which one of you is the liaison for the county? Which one of you is interfacing with Department of Health and knew this proposition was coming down the pike and knew that this was in the pipeline and didn't inform your constituents? I put it squarely on your shoulders as the Council of Truckee to be our spokesperson for the county and give us this information. It's very public. There's no mystery. This is a common practice in all of California. The funding is there. But here's the thing. So I just finished a cycle with a group called Placemate, which essentially is this program, but a different arm. The funding is different, but similar in that I provided my home at a much lower rate. I had to cap it off below market value, and the city of Truckee cut me a check for the difference so it would sort of equal out. The criteria for that is almost identical to the criteria in this program. City of Truckee has absolutely zero jurisdiction. However, where the city of Truckee is responsible is in being able to channel
this funding source, which is clearly huge, into a proper channel. In other words, so I just found out I can put my name, my properties, both of them, over 7,000 square feet in this county, Nevada County, as a pipeline for this exact service. I found that out today and I intend to do so. How many of you out there have intended to do that and help Truckee out? This isn't a punishment. This is a bonus. But which one of you city council members is going to take that on fully? I'm holding you guys responsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manning.
Yes, hi, my name is Brigitta DePoli, and I'm wife of Joel DePoli. And I just wanted to recognize you because I know that took a lot for you to do that. And I think my heart's beating up here because I feel so torn by this tension that we have to be for something or against something, and that I feel like we're getting lectured. I appreciate Phoebe, Ruth, and the other individuals who are telling us about the benefits of the program, but this has nothing to do with being for or against supporting our community. It has to do with lack of communication. If there was a proposed, somebody was applying for an alcohol license or to have a building permit, we get a little flyer in the mail that says, hey, we want to bring this to your attention, that this is proposing. If you would like to voice your concerns or have any questions about it, that's all it is. It's just respect. That's all it is. And there has not been enough communication ahead of time, waiting until literally 30 days to just give us a heads up. Yes, there is fear. That's understandable. That's part of what drives us for self-perseverance. Yes, it doesn't mean that we have to be afraid of people. It's change, and change is hard. So give us the respect to know when change is coming so we can have ahead of time to be prepared for it. And I think that's really the key of what is going, because something inside me says is, why couldn't you have communicated this to us earlier so we can go, you know what? These are beautiful people that are going to be moving in here who are down on their luck. I get it. So then there's no reason not to communicate that to us and let us know that these are the programs that are going to be in place to serve the people. And just from, I look at things, maybe it's having two businesses, but I sit there and I go, okay, we have this money that's being allocated for this home for these people to have another chance. And I sit there and I think, okay, isn't it less expensive for us to purchase the AMI, the Nevada County, a building that's housing, let's say, 20, 30 people and offering them support systems in place? Courtney just delivered her items to the Dream Team down in Los Angeles. If you look on the Dream Team's website, it gives a beautiful description of the housing, transitional housing. They give services to help, vocational services to help them. All the mental, physical, whatever the needs they are in place. So it's just about communication, making sure that these people are set up for success. And I always just wonder, financially, isn't it better to serve a greater amount of people than these little, small, more expensive projects? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Polly.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kurt Altoff. I'm a 22-year resident and homeowner of the Armstrong Tract as well. And I concur with most, if not all, of what my neighbors have said earlier today. I do want to add a little bit more to the topic of lack of information. It is literally impossible to come to an educated decision about any of these types of situations if we're given zero information. We've had several sales pitches here tonight. We've had some concerns brought up here tonight. I'll admit I don't know how to judge either one of those because aside from this evening, we've really received virtually nothing. I find it very disturbing that if my neighbor wants to build a garage next door to me and they're going to come off, the setback is going to be a little bit beyond what the rules of the town are, they have to circulate a letter throughout the neighborhood to get our permission to put a garage that's maybe 2 or 3 feet ahead of the setback. Yet a project like this can go forward with zero information whatsoever. So I just want to add to the issue here is lack of information, lack of due process, lack of communication, more so than anything else. This is not the forum to debate the project, but simply we wish, I believe, as a community, we'd had the opportunity to be informed as opposed to provided this opportunity. And I know I cannot address the crowd here tonight, but I might ask you as the council to perhaps ask for a raise of hands of the other members here in the community or in the Armstrong community that are here tonight that concur with everything that's been said, but maybe are sparing all of us the extra mic time to do so. But just to get an idea of how many more people are in the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Altoff.
Hey, my name's Alina Petrick. I've been a resident of Truckee for 10 years. I've owned my home in Armstrong for 2 years. I live on Sierra Drive. I oppose the transitional house that's been planned. It's very upsetting that we weren't informed of this plan. And yeah, I concur with the rest of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Petrick. Are there any other general public comments on any items not on the agenda? If so, you better hustle up, sir.
I wasn't going to say, I didn't. My name is Brian Wilson. I've been in the Armstrong track for about 10 years. And I think the gentleman before, said it best, where it's not really being about before or against. I think something the town council needs to consider is that if the services aren't in place, I feel like the cart's ahead of the horse with this project. If the services aren't there, when if the people in that residency have any issues at all, they're going to deal with the coppers, and they're going to end up in jail. And they're not going to be a better situation. If there's an issue, and if their services are not in place because no one's hired, nothing like that, there's a better chance with the way things in our site work out, is they're going to end up dealing with the police, and that usually has a worse outcome. And so I would just have people take a second to look at, what services are there and what really needs to do, so we don't do the people that, if they're going to move in, a disservice one way or the other. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you. Hi, good evening. I'm Elizabeth Ballman. I am a homeowner in downtown Truckee since 2008, thanks to a different wonderful home buyer assistance program that I received with the help of the town when I was much younger. And now, all these years later, I am a program director with Sierra Community House, which is a social services agency in Truckee and Kings Beach and Incline. And when I get to go to our Kings Beach office, we are right next door to 12 supportive housing units that came in recently, Brown Bear Apartments, and I can share that I enjoy coming to the office very much and have never had any issues with our neighbors there. And at some point, we'll ask the residential neighbors to submit a comment about their experience living with supportive housing, but I'm sure it will be positive. So, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Ballman.
I'm here for a different reason tonight, but I'm going to speak on this. My name is Matt Hillock. Been here about 10 years. And before we start talking about housing, more people that need housing, I would like to see this town get Michael off the street. Anybody that doesn't know who Michael is, he is our local homeless man who all of his stuff right now is between Shell and McDonald's. There's only one McDonald's, so everybody knows where I'm talking about. I blocked traffic for him because he's been half sleeping in the road and half on the sidewalk. And people did walk past him, walked over him, looked at him, but did nothing. I am frustrated that we are talking about bringing more people into our community that cannot. It's hard enough for me to survive in this community, to be able to pay for our home and add to the community and volunteer. It's tough up here, not to mention the weather. All right? It is bitter cold, and Michael is sleeping outside every night. Why are we not helping him first? If I can see that he is receiving help and not on the street every single night, then I could possibly support doing more for more. But if we can't get him off the street, why would we try to do more? We can't even get him off the street. It's going to be a cold night for him. Try sleeping outside. I've slept outside at night. I've been homeless post-combat. I was homeless for a bit. I get it. Any of you want to spend an hour outside tonight without a coat on? Go for it. It's going to hurt. He's there all night, every night. It's not acceptable for I can't do it. If I could, I would. I would provide something for him, most likely mental health services. Directly from law enforcement, he puts a glove on his hand to soften his tissue so he can eat it. What are we doing? Why are we not helping people like that? They need a hospital. They don't need a house. They need so much more than any one of us can give them. But as a community, we can solve a problem. First problem, Michael, please.
Thank you, Mr. Hillock.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jessica Penman. I'm the President and CEO of the Truckee Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to actually thank Councilmember Henderson for her efforts last week for our wildfire relief. With her leadership, we rallied West County, South Lake, North Lake Tahoe, as well as Mammoth, and she drove down a huge truck that was donated by Tahoe Moving Company with supplies for our California neighbors down in impacted by the LA wildfires. And I just wanted to publicly thank you for all of your effort on that. It was great to partner with you on that, and hopefully we don't have to do it again soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Penman. All right, I believe that's all of the public comments on non-agenda items. We'll go to presentations next.
Mayor, can I interrupt for a minute and maybe take a moment? For everybody that's here regarding the Hope Ridge House, just a reminder, the community forum is next week on February 6th at 5:30. There was a lot of comments. Thanks for participating tonight and providing your feedback. I want to clarify that this is a county project, so we don't actually have approval authority over this. So come back next Thursday and share your thoughts with the county team. And also, just a few other points that I heard, just for clarity, that the town hasn't actually committed funding for this at this point. It hasn't come to the town council. We haven't had a request for that. It's state funding that's come down through the state, through the county. And so we can't answer a lot of your questions, just that it is a county program and they would have the best information for you. So next week, Thursday, in this room, the county team will be here.
Yeah.
And
the council echoes its appreciation for the comments. Critical or not, we want to hear from the public, and this was a good turnout. So
Mayor?
sorry you had to come out, but thank you.
Would you indulge me in a moment
Yeah,
of comments? Sure. I do echo the mayor, and I want to thank everybody who came and spoke. It's not easy to speak at a podium on live TV, so I really honor and respect your efforts here and your compassion. I agree with most of what's been said, both that the the unhoused need to be housed, and that the public outreach was unacceptable. And I appreciate and value the fact that there is a disparity there, and we're going to work with our partner agencies to try to improve on that. And as Jen just said, if this was the forum to deliberate this, we would have it on the agenda, and we would welcome your commentary and feedback. So I really want to hope that you attend the meeting next week, and as much as you can, listen, as well as speak your concerns so that everybody can reconcile this. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to go to agenda item 5.1, presentations. This will be we'll have Michael Dolan present on the flag retirement box. Mr. Dolan.
If you can, there you go.
Thank you, Town Council, for having me. My name is Michael Dolan. I'm a Life Scout in Troop 267 here in Truckee. I did a flag retirement box for my Eagle Scout project that is currently down here in the lobby of the Town Hall. There's another one at Ace Hardware or Mount Hardware and one more at the Veterans Hall. I did it because when I was in Scouts, we got handed a lot of flags at our tree lot every year when we were selling Christmas trees. And we stored them, and I think by the time we retired them, we had a little over 250 flags sitting in a shed after about a year and a half. So I decided that we need somewhere to collect these flags and someone to collect these flags. So I teamed up with the American Legion, which that was Matt Hillock who spoke earlier. And he is collecting the flags and helping retire them. I'm hoping that it will just benefit the community with having somewhere to put flags and make sure that they get retired in the proper way by burning or by burying them. That I think the Civil Air Patrol will take care of that. So thank you. Matt Hillock, do you want to say anything?
Stay with me. I will. Yeah. So it's been a pleasure as commander of the American Legion and the other members of the Legion working together with Michael and with the Scouts. You know, we have a long history going back to before the Olympics in town, working with the Scouts. There's a little plaque inside the Veterans Building on the upper level from 1960. Just honoring the relationship and commitment to each other of American Legion and the Scouts. So when Michael brought the box to the Legion, we filled it about 2/3 full right away. So people have been dropping flags at the door, hanging them on the handle for the 7 years that I've been with the Legion, and this was a much needed project and turned out really well. So I'm very, very proud to be a part of Michael's and the Scout projects in this community. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dolan. You too, Mr. Hillock.
Do they have a picture of this flag retire? Is this like a big box? How big are we talking? I just want to know how many flags fit in a box that big.
The box is downstairs currently,
Oh, it's downstairs.
and between the two glass doors and the vestibule,
Okay.
so you
I
can.
forgot to send pictures in, but yeah,
Okay.
the downstairs, right when you walk in
Check
the front
it out.
door.
Thank you so much. I missed that part. Thank you.
Okay, next item 5.2 is the return appearance of Nicole Casey.
So as Mayor Zabriskie said, I'm coming back from a long maternity leave. So, and you forget how nervous you get speaking. So I'm here to talk about the super riveting topic of the annual budget. And I just want to thank my staff. As I was out, they were really busy working on getting this budget ready and getting the town ready to do our budget process. I am an accountant, so this is what I get excited about, but I do think this is a foundation of how we help the town operate efficiently and sustainably is creating a really solid and balanced budget. So this is a great process, and we're excited to present to you guys how we're planning to get the budget prepared for fiscal year 25-26. So we do have an internal process going. We are super excited that we went through a very robust selection process and purchased a new budget software to take our budget out of Excel and into like an actual system. And my team has been working on getting that system implemented since last May. And that culminated with the beginning of staff training this January, this month. And then right now we're doing the internal budget development. So staff are currently inputting all their budget numbers. They're, coming up with estimates for any new projects or programs or staffing needs that they have. And that's all due to our finance team in March. Then in April, the town will be working on the draft budget compilation that will include a week-long. There'll be division meetings with the town manager that'll span about a week. So each division will spend time talking to the town manager so that she can understand all the proposals and help us kind of work that into a balanced budget. We will bring a high-level review to council on April 22nd. And that won't cover every single thing in the budget, but just kind of some higher level options, constraints that we're experiencing, and a detailed review of our capital improvement program. In Truckee, we're really, really lucky because we have a really robust capital improvement program with more than 100 active projects that are benefiting various parts of our community. Then that will move into our proposed budget compilation process. We will have a very long, super detailed meeting with council on May 27th. That will go through every single number in the budget that council wants to look at. And then hopefully that will lead to our budget adoption at the June 24th council meeting. So just to give you guys a sneak preview of the new software, right now, in previous years, we were looking at, PDF book, very static, and this is going to be the internet interface of the budget. So on the left-hand side, you can see the navigation to the various sections. There will also be a PDF option for people who love some light reading. And we're really excited to kind of bring the budget into the 20th century. So I just want to again thank my staff, because I've had staff just pouring into this software to make this a reality, and they've done such a fantastic job. So these are the public meetings that the public can participate in. Right, today's the first one, Tuesday, January 28th. We're going over the budget calendar. On Tuesday, February 11th, council will be having their retreat at Gravity House from noon to 6 p.m. to work on their priority setting or affirmation of their priorities. The next opportunity will be Tuesday, April 22nd, and that will be for council's initial review of the high-level budgetary constraints and project alternatives. And then the next meeting will be Tuesday, May 27th. That's the budget workshop. And at this meeting, the council will review the entire draft budget, and the budget will be posted in advance of that meeting so that the public can review it before coming to that meeting. The public can participate by submitting their comments prior to the meeting or coming to submit in-person public comment, as we saw tonight. That can be very powerful. And then the last meeting will be the adoption meeting. Hopefully we've ironed out everyone's issues and we are all feeling super confident. So I didn't include that one, but that is also an opportunity, and that meeting is in June. And that's all I had.
Thank you, Nicole. Next, we'll have the town manager's report. Right after that, we'll briefly announce some slight changes in the sequence of the discussion items, and then we'll take just a 5-minute break after that. So, Jen, are you ready?
I am ready. I'm going to start tonight with a video that Councilmember Henderson has put together showing all the efforts for the wildfire relief that she coordinated. So 1 second, please.
Rough cut. I'm not a video editor.
When wildfires strike, the impacts reverberate throughout California and are felt by all of us. The recent LA wildfires are some of the most destructive that our great state has ever witnessed.
I'm enjoying a great video over here. So intriguing.
When wildfires strike, the impacts reverberate throughout California and are felt by all of us. The recent LA wildfires are some of the most destructive that our great state has ever witnessed. Yet in moments of crisis, the strength of unity shines brightest.
Jen, if I could just say, I just want to thank everyone so much. This was a huge region-wide effort. We had so many partners involved in this, and over 7 days, we collected about 8,000 pounds in essential goods that we delivered to the LA Dream Center just last week. They were really low on supplies. They told us when we got there, especially on baby formula and diapers. We delivered pallets of those. This truly was, I know even just hearing the public comment, we certainly have areas in our community and in our region where maybe we don't all agree exactly, but I think this was really just a beautiful demonstration of how we can all come together and support our fellow Californians. So I'm personally just so grateful for everyone who stepped up, to all of the partners, to Tahoe Moving, who donated a truck and a driver to help get us everything there, and to everyone who supported this effort. Thank you so much.
And then just a couple more things, Mayor. First of all, just want to take a moment and look at your agendized items tonight on consent and on discussion. You really have a lot of interesting items tonight. You're not going to be able to discuss them all. Several are on consent, but it's really an indication of what we've heard from council and the community and wanting to try some new things and try some new processes and see if we can approach things differently. So just wanted to set the stage for that with some of your conversations. And then lastly, Councilmember Romack and Councilmember Henderson have a important Planning Commission announcement they'd like to share with the community and with the council.
Sure. I'll go first. So I think we've announced previously that both of our planning commissioners that have served with us were wanting to move on to other things. So I did want to start off and just thank Dave Gove, who was served as a planning commissioner for 6 years. So thank him for his service. And then, as we've mentioned, Councilmember Henderson and I, there was a call out to the community for planning commissioners. We had 12 applications, some incredible candidates. I know it was a very, 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 very hard choice, and would just encourage anybody who put an application, talk to either one of us, and are not selected, stay involved. Because there are so many opportunities. You're going to hear about some other committees tonight, and just some incredible people that I'm really excited are part of our community. But I am excited to announce that I've selected appointing Amy Kaufman to serve as a planning commissioner. She has about 25 years of experience in planning. She has a master's degree in public policy from Harvard, and she has worked in transportation planning, both in the public and private sectors. So really excited. Her background of looking at things from both sides, and I think she'll bring a great perspective to the Planning Commission. So excited to announce her. And again, thanks to everyone who interviewed. It was a very tough choice.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Romack. And just want to reiterate, I'm also very thankful to everyone who applied. It was tough. I wanted to appoint several people, but we just don't get to do that. We only get to appoint one. So I am absolutely thrilled to share that I am appointing Jason Toops, who's here tonight and is actually going to be making a presentation. And I have a short bio. I don't want to mess it up, so I want to read a few things from it. But Jason he really brings a very rich background in economics, in community engagement, and strategic planning. He's a graduate of Yale University with degrees in economics and religious studies, and began his career as a consultant at McKinsey & Company, where he advised organizations across multiple sectors on strategic planning and organizational effectiveness. Since making his home here in Truckee, Jason has really and truly demonstrated his commitment to public service. He has been at all of the Planning Commission meetings. I think it was before I even met him, I saw him get up and make a public comment at a commission meeting, and I was just very impressed with how incredibly articulate he is, how he doesn't just show up, but he really digs in. And commission's hard because you have to dig in. There's a lot of detail, and you get really into the weeds. And he has this incredible ability to be able to hold a very big vision and also get into those weeds. And that's a really, really rare quality. So he's also been serving on the River Revitalization Project. You're going to hear from him and that committee this evening. He's been talking to residents and property owners across East and West River. And I think he really he brings forward this really valuable perspective on, what our residents actually want through all of these interactions, and just truly being out there and talking to people in our community every single day. So I am honored and grateful that Jason was willing to step up onto our Planning Commission. Thank you, Jason.
Congratulations to both appointees. And now we always allow for public comment on any of the presentation items at the conclusion of all the presentations, and that's where we are right now. Is there any public comment on any of the items? Okay, I see no one approaching the lectern. Do you want to come up to the lectern so we can hear what you're saying?
I think the catalyst site recommendations for R2SC is on the agenda. It's the next item that you can provide comment on.
Mr.
Jack.
Guzman, it is on the agenda. Sit tight. Sit tight. We're going to take a break in just a couple minutes, and then I'll talk to you. So relax. So I see that we do have our presenter here on Edmunds Loft. That'll stay in order. What we're going to do is switch the last two items on the agenda, which means we're going to take the drinkware funding item as the next to last item. The final item will be the development code updates. It's a 124-page document, and there's about 5 main topics. We may not get through all of them, and we're probably going to do them in, I anticipate we're going to do them in reverse order for those who are taking a deep dive on the development code. It's a good chance we will not get to the commercial minimum requirements, commercial use minimum requirements and mixed use, and we will probably not get to residential density minimums, for those of you who know what I'm talking about. And if anybody'd like to have a better understanding, we're going to take a 5-minute break right now, and feel free to ask me during the break. Take a break. Council's back in session, and next on the agenda are the consent items. We have 8 consent items, and what this means, these are considered non-controversial items. Unless anybody wants to pull them, we were going to vote on them by consent. So the 6 items are, first, the minutes from the last meeting, the Pacific Crest Commons Permanent Local Housing Allocation Funding Request, the town attorney, the town attorney performance-based pay amount for 2024, with the recommended action being that council adopt Resolution 2025-12, awarding a one-time non-base pay compensation amount of $14,696.64 to our town attorney, Andrew Morris. And then the next item, 6.4, codifying town benefits provided to council members. 6.5, Mobility Hub Phase 1 project, that's CIP 1820, notice of completion. 6.6, the Trout Creek Reach 1 Phase 2 design contract with Waterways. 6.7 is the accessory dwelling unit incentive program update. 6.8, the proposed housing program guidelines for permanent local housing allocation funded down payment assistance program. Does anyone on the council wish to pull an item?
I would just like to pull 6.4.
Okay, we pulled 6.4. Does anyone on staff wish to pull an item?
No, Mayor.
Anyone in attendance wish to pull an item in the public? Okay. Do I have a motion on the consent calendar for everything but 6.5?
I'll move we approve consent.
Second. Oh, did I reach you?
I think Courtney was just a hair ahead. Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Sorry, can I confirm? I think I heard Councilmember Henderson was the second.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, it passes unanimously with the exception of 6.5. Do you want to take it away, Lindsay?
6.4, I don't think we need to discuss it. We did at our last meeting. I just wanted to pull it out to vote on that one separately.
You're talking about 6.4 or 6.5?
6.4 is the one that is the one that I pulled.
It's okay.
So I don't think we need any other discussion. Just wanted to take this one independently of the others.
Okay, well, any council comments?
No.
Any public comments? Do I have a motion?
I'll move we approve 6.4.
I'll second.
Okay, can we do a roll call?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Romack?
No.
Councilmember Henderson?
Yes.
Councilmember Pallavi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Klobstad?
Yes.
And Mayor Zabriskie?
No.
Passes with 3-2.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we can move on to the discussion items. And item 7.1 is the River Revitalization Steering Committee's Catalyst Project recommendations. I believe, Carissa, you're going to start us off.
I am.
Thank you,
Mayor Zabriskie and council members. I'm Carissa Binkley, Economic Development Program Analyst, and I am lucky enough to staff the River Revitalization Steering Committee. And tonight, because this is a community-led effort, we will be receiving a presentation from our community volunteers, which include Jeff Minesco. He is the Director of Aviation at the Truckee Tahoe Airport. Pamela Hobday, President and CEO of Pamela Hurt Associates. Jake Hudson, engineer with NV5, and I learned today he's a 50-plus year local resident. And Jason Toops, president of Toops Capital Advisors and new planning commissioner. And they all serve on the R2SC or one of our action teams, and you'll hear more about that. Take it away, Jeff.
Thank you, Carissa. Mayor Zabriskie, Town Council, what an exciting evening. And I would like to start with a thank you for your bold leadership by supporting this river revitalization initiative. Over the past 6 months, a few words have surfaced that characterize our initiative: trust, momentum, and risk. And I use these words carefully with caution, but they are symbolic of the momentum we are building within the River Revitalization Initiative. The river revitalization intent is not to write a plan to sit on a shelf. We're the Community Economic Vitality Action Team. I'll say that again, action team. In 2005, a plan was crafted with limited actions. We sit here 20 years later trying to reinvigorate the same vision and goals. Eerily very similar, the same vision and goals that were crafted 20 years ago. Tonight is about selecting 3 catalyst projects which would result in the creation of partnership agreements that would come back to Town Council. There is no intent for an open-ended check, rather an opportunity to engage with the private sector in a spirit of collaboration. We sit tonight at a crossroad between our town and entrepreneurs, and to quote a council member anonymously, an opportunity to create accountability for all stakeholders. And I'd add a line to common goals that leads to revitalizing our river corridor for community benefit. I will provide a broad overview of the professional and rigorous process that got us here to tonight. And then I will have the interview committee that conducted the outreach to the applicants make recommendations on the 3 catalysts that we're recommending. After that, we'll take Q&A. Help with the slide, Carissa. All right, I would like to start with the 2040 general plan, give you a few seconds to read the vision for the future, a few words that I think are worthy of noting: healthy environment, housing, support full-time residents, downtown is the heart and soul of our town, multi-use trails, and transportation solutions. I'd also like to highlight the already existing public investment that has been made, totaling almost $47 million. So to date, there is a legacy trail, the Del Bay Umwe Park and Recreation Bridge, West River Streetscape, and the Reimagine Bridge. These are both public investments that this council has supported, and it's time to move from the public sector investment to looking at the entrepreneurial private sector investment of the public investment that's already been made. So how did we get here? Started with the there's a river revitalization steering committee this council approved. There's an economic vitality action team. There's river health action team. So with the R2SC, there was an economic study of the current conditions to look at the challenges to overcome. Property owners, lots of outreach to the community. A lot of property owners are excited at the revitalization. They want an actionable plan, not something that will sit on a shelf, and also a high degree of partnership. And then in here on October 8th, the council approved an RFI, a request for interest, to go out to the community to look for 3 catalyst sites, and that started on the 8th of October. The RFI looked to seek 3 property owners for initial collaboration. The initial application was very simple. It was 1 piece of paper. You did not have to create a vision, no plans, no renderings, but are you interested in collaborating with the town to become a catalyst project? This went out via web. This was on the town website. This was on print. There were radio spots, phone calls. There was a meet and greet, lots of events to get the word out about this RFI to everyone that had kind of already been involved in the river, but truly community-wide. The timeline was very fast. So it started on October 8th, so it's been 112 days. And I'd just like to point out right now, this would not have been possible. And Carissa, thank you for saying we're all volunteers, but this would not have been possible without amazing support from town staff. Your town manager is amazing, and Carissa, who's been there along the way, building PowerPoint slides, making phone calls, going out to property owners where they're at, where they're working. Amazing support from your town staff, so I think that's important to recognize. So it started on October 8th. Meet and greet on the 9th of December. Interviews were conducted on the 6th to 10th of January, so not that long ago. And then here we are tonight, looking for town council to approve, ideally, 3 catalyst projects. The catalyst project interviews, there were 8 property owner applicants, and lots of confusion here. Initially, there were 9 applicants. One of the applicants pulled their application, And one of the applicants actually put in two, based on two different ideas that were combined. So in the end, there were 7 applications that were evaluated. So you'll hear 9, but there were 7 at the end of the day that were evaluated that you'll see this evening. All the applicants were interviewed by the same interview team, and I'll introduce them shortly. It was a smaller team of 3. It was non-Brown Act, so that the interviews could be done with the community members in a private forum that was not, with no agendas, no public comments, etc. And it was also following best HR practices. The interview committee, there were 2 people from the Economic Vitality Action Team, Pam Hobday, who will do the entire interview selection team. Each of them will go through one of the recommendations, but from the Economic Vitality Action Team, Pam Hobday and Jason Toops. And we also thought it was important as we look at this project to looking at river health. So we reached out to the River Health Committee and had Jake Hudson from River Health as a member of the interview committee to make sure we're taking a holistic look and not just looking at this through an economic lens. The interview questions were shared with the applicants beforehand, and there was a rubric used as well for the selection to evaluate each of the projects. So at this time, what I'll do is I'm going to hand it over to the interview team, and we'll begin talking about the selection process in more detail. So Jason, please.
Thank you, Jeff. Good evening, Mayor Zabriskie and council members. I'm Jason Toops, as you all heard, and I was on the interview panel, and I'm here to tell you about the criteria behind this recommendation. So 4 selection criteria were established in the RFI. They were alignment with R2SC goals, project diversity, feasibility within 1 to 5 years, and a commitment to collaboration. So for the first item, the R2SC goals were also listed in the RFI, and they were better spaces for walking and cycling, improvements like traffic calming parks and open spaces, successfully relocating those businesses interested in moving to other locations, strengthening our local economy, including beautification, new commercial spaces, and workforce housing, and protecting and improving river health, for example, floodplain restoration, stormwater management, wildlife habitat, and river access. In the interviews, we evaluated each application against these criteria. We specifically sought projects that would serve as true catalysts, not just achieving the R2SC goals on their own properties, but also transforming entire neighborhoods by inspiring adjacent development. Second, the project diversity of these recommended sites synergize in powerful ways. First, there's geographic reach. We are recommending sites in the western, middle, and eastern parts of the corridor, ensuring the catalytic effect reaches the entire corridor. Second, diverse focus areas. The recommended projects each focus on different goals, including housing, public spaces, commercial development, and business relocation. And then third, timeline mix. The recommended projects include both quick wins to capitalize on the momentum and on the current momentum, and longer-term projects that enable creative partnership with the town, all while being achievable within the 1 to 5 year timeframe. Lastly, I want to emphasize the final criteria, commitment to collaboration, and particularly as it relates to this new approach for our town. While past river revitalization efforts produced maps and plans that sat on a shelf without achieving tangible results, this council chose a different path. By approving the Catalyst site approach, we committed to creating real change. When first proposed, this council celebrated this new approach and the opportunities it presents. This new entrepreneurial approach is about sitting down at the same side of the table, together with property owners, to collaborate on solutions that work for everyone. In the interviews, every single applicant expressed genuine enthusiasm and excitement for this new partnership model. Being selected as a Catalyst site isn't a blank check. It's about pioneering a new way of working together, diffusing past tensions, and uniting property owners and the town in our shared vision for river revitalization. Thank you. I'll now pass it to Pam Hobday, President and CEO of Pamela Hurt Associates.
Thank you, Jason. Good evening, Mayor Zabriskie and Town Council members. So this map is an interesting map. The yellow stars are going to be the Catalyst projects that we are recommending to you tonight. The blue stars are what I'm going to emphasize. These are the projects that were not chosen, but we have ideas to share with you. So I want to start with just talking about our interviews. So every single one of the applicants who were interviewed, we were so impressed with their spirit of collaboration. And most of them were nervous, but they were very prepared when they came to the interviews. They shared openly and honestly. They talked about their property's history and their vision, and oftentimes it was a family vision. They also leaned into vulnerability by sharing their barriers. And the barriers are things that you see on that map tonight by each property owner's name. And I want to come back and emphasize your leadership. Your investment of $40+ million in the river corridor, we would not be standing here nor making the recommendations tonight without having that foundation that encourages further transformation. So we want to thank you for that spirit. These projects all continue to build upon the change you have inspired and illustrate the potential for significant community enhancement. Our recommended next steps as community volunteers is the Economic Vitality Committee, a subcommittee of the River Revitalization Steering Committee, R2SC. We're eager to pursue the next steps that might be achievable with these 4 projects. There are many things that we feel as volunteers we might help the property owners with. We don't want them to be left high and dry. We are committed to continue our efforts as community citizen volunteers, which will not require additional staff time or funding from the town. I'm going to repeat that. This will not require additional staff time or funding from the town. We recognize the barriers that each project faces, and we are ready to assist property owners in overcoming the challenges we can together, and we have to define those. We are also hoping that some of the members of our larger committee, R2SC, might volunteer to join us. Because we feel like you, we are in this together. This is our community, all of us. So let's continue to dream and implement our ideas. We invite you tonight to join us in continuing to take proactive steps to restore, revitalize, and reimagine creating this sustainable river corridor together. Thank you. Jason?
All right, thank you. Now myself and the interview panel will talk about each of the 3 recommended catalyst sites. The first is owned by Andy and Alicia Barr, and it's in the middle of the river corridor. Adjacent to our new Dobeye-Wumame Park, Andy and Alicia Barr envision creating a flagship location for their Old Trestle distilling brand. Their plan includes a tasting room, restaurant, and educational and community spaces that will celebrate our river and seamlessly connect with the park. The design features river view outdoor spaces and upstairs areas for local groups and businesses to gather, alongside our small retail space and distilling operation, including both traditional, non-traditional, and non-alcoholic beverages. There's a couple exciting things about this project. First, it perfectly complements our new park and catalyzes change in the neighborhood. This project will immediately activate and enhance the town's existing investment, providing both a pedestrian draw and commercial stewardship to ensure the park remains welcoming for everyone. I look forward to the day I can bike down the Truckee River Trail, cross the new bridge, park my bike, and enjoy a sunny lunch with a river view. The success of this project will serve as a powerful catalyst for surrounding properties, inspiring them to revitalize and activate new commercial uses. Second, this project is an opportunity for meaningful collaboration. As a catalyst project, we create clear expectations for both the town and property owners to work together. Being the furthest along of our recommended sites, this offers an exciting opportunity, an exciting quick win to maintain momentum for river revitalization. Finally, Andy and Alicia Barr are ideal stewards for this project. They've already proven their expertise with successful ventures like Drunken Monkey and 50/50 Brewing, but what truly excites me is how they're putting Truckee on the map in the brewing and distilling world. Both their 50/50 and Old Trestle brands have been winning prestigious awards. And when people ask why they chose Truckee, they will tell you it's simple: our water. The pure water flowing through the Truckee River is fundamental to their craft. It's the key ingredient that makes it all possible. In conclusion, imagine a future where people learning about Truckee through Old Trestle's awards discover not just our beautiful mountain town, but this flagship location, built on and affording views of the very river that makes it all possible. This project isn't just about a restaurant or a tasting room. It's about celebrating what makes Truckee special. Thank you. Back to Pam.
The second Catalyst project we recommend tonight is Mark Tanner Construction, located at 10603 East River Street. A little history. The Tanner Family Trust purchased the property in 2007, which boasts approximately 250 feet of Truckee River frontage, along with an overall parcel size of about 25,000 square feet. Following the departure of the previous tenant in 2011, Mark underwent a temporary occupancy turn TOT process for occupancy and improvements. In 2012, Mark Tanner Construction moved into existing premises, setting the stage for future development. The potential. In our recent interview, Mark expressed a genuine passion for improving his building's contribution to the community and the river. Just think of that. In fact, he stated he believes his current building should not reside on the river at all. He is enthusiastic about exploring future options for relocation or repurposing, emphasizing his desire to be a catalyst for positive change for our community. Mark envisions also taking the lead to establish a collaborative effort with his neighbors to create a larger parcel of riverfront that could be redesigned and repurposed, ultimately serving as a gateway for the redevelopment of the East River corridor. This project aligns perfectly with the 5 applicable goals established by the River Revitalization Steering Committee, R2SC. Mark's commitment to innovation, his focus on community benefit, his proven track record of successfully delivering make him an ideal partner for one of our recommended Catalyst projects. We believe that with his leadership, the Mark Tanner Construction site can restore, revitalize, and reimagine the river corridor by not only enhancing the river experience, but the overall appeal of East River Street while creating economic vitality. In conclusion, Mark is passionate, innovative, community-focused, and he has a track record of delivering. So let's just do it.
Good evening, Mayor Zabriskie and council members. The third project we are recommending, a Catalyst project at 10855 West River Street. The project involves adapting the existing buildings and repurposing them for new uses. Jan Holland is the property manager representing Truckee River Partners, LLC. And the Truckee River Village project will ultimately involve development of approximately 8 acres of prominent riverfront property on West River Street. The overall planned project is located on 2 parcels, both with existing development. The third Catalyst project that we are recommending would be the first phase of the overall project, repurposing the existing buildings at 10855 West River Street. The project would involve adapting the existing buildings with additions and remodeling to develop new commercial space, provide facade improvements, and landscaping. Catalyst support is expected to include potential lot line adjustments, rezoning, and design support. The project would strengthen the local economy with increased commercial development and would clean up the industrial buildings along West River Street. This would be the catalyst for redevelopment of the remainder of the property. The overall project involves multifamily housing, some commercial, mixed use, open space, public parks, trails, and river corridor restoration. A key component of the project is the floodplain and riparian habitat restoration. The goal is to move existing industrial uses off of the river corridor or the riverfront and construct new housing along the river. This is what we are looking for within the river corridor. We are recommending the first phase of the Truckee River Village as a catalyst project for revitalization of the river corridor.
I want to cover the next steps should council decide to approve the three catalyst projects. This is not a green light that the project is a go. The decision tonight would be that if the catalyst projects are selected or approved by town council, a partnership agreement would be done between town staff, river revitalization, and the property owners. Those partnership agreements would come back to town council to approve. And specifically, it would memorialize the partners' mutual commitments between the town and the owner working together, specific deliverables, and also to quantify the town resources. Again, it's been said probably 4 times in this presentation, this is not an endless check of town of Truckee resources to these property owners. So the partnership agreement would quantify that. And I'll repeat that this is it's a shared opportunity to create accountability for all the stakeholders. Before I turn this back over to Chris, I'd just like to close with a couple comments. Your agenda tonight for the council is robust and what I would say atypical of government. It's a testament to your leadership, innovation, and willingness to embrace calculated risk. I hope you can sense the momentum in the room and the energy throughout the town in discussions regarding the river corridor. We have a chance to take action with limited downside risk and a strong spirit of collaboration. Thank you for your leadership and your time. I'll hand it over to Carissa.
Thank you, Jeff. And with that, the staff's Oops,
that was you.
Sorry. With that, staff's recommended action is to approve the R2SC Communication Economic Vitality Action Team's recommendations for catalyst projects, and to authorize town staff to negotiate partnership agreements with the selected catalyst project property owners.
Okay, now we'll go to council questions. Does anyone want to start, or should I just pick someone? Courtney?
Well, sure, Mayor. I'm happy to start. Well, I just want to, first I want to say I did meet with some of the folks from the subcommittee, so I really appreciated just the walkthrough on process and anticipation of this evening. This came through in council questions. One of my fellow council members asked about it, but I think it's good for the public to sort of hear a response on this as well. Is you talked a little bit about some of the sites that weren't selected as the catalyst sites, and kind of quickly, you know, you want to keep working with them, but if you can just provide a little bit more color as to what that actually means.
Sure. Carissa, could you go to the slide that Pam talked to for the 4? So the interview committee knows intimately what the projects are. The Economic Vitality Action Team, that actually was a Brown Act meeting to vote to make the recommendation to town council. I think there's a lot of opportunity with these properties. What we don't want to do is just, these are the 3 and no one else. And I should have mentioned, it's been mentioned at town council before, the 3 catalyst projects are not 3 one and dones. That's it. The intent is what can we learn from a town planning organization, zoning, working with housing, high density, modern, there's a lot to unwind here, and we didn't have time to get into this, but there's an incredible opportunity for the town and business and landowners to learn from this. Back to these 4, I think there's a lot of opportunity. They're not easy, but I think there's a lot of expertise on the wider River Revitalization Steering Committee that could help these landowners achieve these without having to be a catalyst project. I think some of them are pretty straightforward, and there's a lot of excitement to help them. And I think these property owners can still achieve their vision.
And so these sites, they still, the support that you're talking about would help them achieve their vision as
Correct.
property owners, but also would contribute based on some of the sort of catalyst site selection criteria to some of the
Yes.
criteria you've talked about tonight.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I know one of the next steps are partnership agreements, which I think is really exciting. What happens if, I know we sort of have this, 1 to 5 year time frame roughly that we're looking for to really see some of these catalyst sites be able to move forward. What happens if we get 2 years into this and I don't know, one is really stuck, or it's not, it just like they decide they're not gonna, I should say collectively, decide it's not gonna move forward. Have we contemplated that? How does that impact, when we get 5 years down the road?
Can you go to the partnership agreement slide, Carissa? Yes. We have discussed this, and it's a great question, and I think this goes back to, and this is the third time I've said it, but it was actually talking to Councilmember Dave Povey about the shared accountability. I think the partnership agreement, it's for all the stakeholders, whether it's the river revitalization, the land or business owner, as well as town. And I think that partnership agreement, and I think each of these projects is different. There's a different timeline and there's different goals. And I think the partnership agreement would have to address that. I think it's a very valid question. Back to the shared accountability, whether it's the town not responding to a process, or the business owner not finding the financing or the funding, or the moving forward with property transfer, whatever it happens to be. I think there needs to be some caveats and some criteria in there, again, holding shared accountability for everyone. We don't have the details, and I think that's what comes back is the partnership agreement that really becomes I'll say binding in a very loose word, but that becomes the binding agreement that we all agree to.
I would just add on to that I think if we get 2 years into a partnership agreement and haven't been meeting the milestones, that in and of itself, there's a lot of lessons to learn in that. Why didn't we? What were the barriers that even we couldn't find solutions for, so then we can focus on those.
I think that's great. That's it for questions for me.
David?
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks to all of you guys. Really impressive work and incredible timeline that you've been working on, as well as not a lot happens on timelines like that up here. So thank you for moving that along. I also want to apologize ahead of time that we have to use your name. So Tanner and Barr and Holin, that's what they've given us. So we know all of you personally at this point. We've all been working together for many, many years in this community. And I just want to make sure this isn't personal. We are referring to either properties or projects that you are proposing, and personal relationships aside, as always. So 2 quick questions from me. One is, what is really the capacity of what I guess I'm not quite getting is I appreciate this memorializing of these mutual commitments to work together and the deliverables. But talk to me a little bit about the capacity of the group, of the town, to manage and execute not just 3 partnership agreements, but then all of the time and commitment of whatever these partnership agreements actually turn into. Are we looking at like 1-page documents? Are we looking at 10-page documents? I mean, I need a little more color as to what we envision here, first and foremost, and then secondly, where the capacity, whether, is this all volunteer capacity? Are we talking, are we hiring 4 new staff members? One of each is going to work on each of these partnership agreements? I need more information.
It's a great question, and part of trying this new process means that we are working in some uncomfortable space. So the partnership agreements are envisioned to be pretty simple. We're not trying to layer on a bunch of bureaucracy with that, and really speaking to specifically for the council's perspective, what is the maximum contribution the town's going to make? And that may be identified as staff time with a number of staff hours. It might be a dollar value if it's associated with work from the consultant support team, so we can better understand what that is. At this point, we haven't gotten into that specificity with each of the recommended sites because we wanted to make sure you were comfortable with the recommended sites before we spent more time. But those participation or partnership agreements will come back to you once we've reached agreement, and we'll be able to answer that question more. So it's not a great answer. You're going to have to be. You're going to have to be comfortable with the uncomfortable for the time being.
Okay. Okay. Second question. So we can put that map back up again. Everybody likes the map. Travis over here wants a copy of it in case nobody took note yet, but Travis is dying for a copy of this map. So what I appreciate about the stars is really great geographic distribution of applicants. I think that was really excellent outreach more than anything, probably, of really talking to folks and being out there. I'm slightly concerned, and again, the investments that have been made sort of in the core of West River Street. So the new park, the West River Streetscape improvements, the bridge, Canyon Springs. So probably over $30 million, take out the Legacy Trail and you're looking at almost $30 million of capital improvement and public investment. That's really, in my opinion, I would consider already catalyzed where we are today. And a lot of that has been focused in that core area. So why, again, and this is where I'm coming back to with capacity, do we have, if we really have capacity for all three of these, wonderful, I accept that. If we don't have capacity for all three, do we start to look at, and it's sort of an investment radius diagram where the investments have been made and now we're looking to sort of catalyze some of these outer rings at some certain point, and and how that affects the bar property within that. There's been so much investment there. So I guess coming back to both investment, catalyst, and capacity of how all of this works together, maybe help me bring all that to fruition, if you could.
I would defer to Jen on capacity for the three catalyst projects. If you want to talk capacity, and then I can get back to the other two.
Sure. It goes back to until we get into those conversations with each property owner. And we know high level, like Mr. Tanner is interested in visioning and just coming to the table from our understanding at the moment, collaboratively and thinking about what would be the best use for that site, what he's interested in, how we could help him formulate that vision. So that's not a 5-year project. It's going to take him 5 years to probably get through the process and start going, but the visioning piece is not a 5-year plan, and we would bring in support for that. But we have to have that exchange to get into more details on what that looks like and bring that back to you. There's probably a different level of, with the Holland property, if there needs to be, they're thinking about adaptive reuse potentially, and if we can give them some ideas and suggestions on that. So that's why it's so specific to each property, and that's actually was the reason for the pivot, right? Is we recognized every property had a different challenge, really, that they were working through, and a different goal. And so until we can learn more from those properties. So our intention is to make sure we're very clear in this is the maximum we can offer because this is how much capacity we have. So we're going into it knowing we have capacity strengths. We don't have 10 people that are working on this. We'll augment with consultant support and bring that back to you for consideration, but it's not unlimited support. So the partnership agreement was intended to capture that.
So let's continue on that line of thinking, because you provide us with a work plan every quarter. We've consistently sat up here and said that we don't have capacity to do X, Y, and Z. We are under incredible human resource and work plan constraints. We haven't been able to execute on all the things in the bike rack. So, and we currently have Carissa, working, 2/3 of your time on this particular project, probably. from my understanding. Might be more, might be less. But I know you do a lot of other stuff too. So how do we have this conversation, and how do we commit to these folks, and how do we craft these partnership agreements without having sat through a work plan update, with a resource update, with a budget update, with a personnel update, with all of the things that we've been told we're waiting for, but yet now we're about to commit to a whole bunch of new stuff that we're not even quite sure of yet. So again, sort of like timeline, I guess.
It's a great question. So you do have R2SC support in the work plan.
Mhm.
There is a specific task item under the infrastructure priority area. And we've shifted from that. You had items to do receiver site identification. And while there's some work still happening on that, it's really premature in the fact that we don't know who is interested in relocating to a different site. Perhaps Mr. Tanner's property is an option to work through that a little bit more. So there's some capacity built in the work plan currently. Right. We also have a task item for incentive development and implementation. We've really shifted from that to do these catalyst sites because we don't know what those incentives are going to be. So there's a portion of it built into the work plan. You're going to be having a retreat soon. We're going into budget cycle, and we'll be able to update the work plan with what you're committing to when you see the participation agreements to reflect that. The other thing to remind everybody, council and the community, is that work plan is based on staff capacity as well. So Carissa's capacity may be different than a housing staff capacity is.
Great. And then last question, and I'm not sure where this sits in the theater of contracting and everything else, but at the very minimum, where are we at with the bar, with the park, with property negotiations? Where's that all at? And
the bars and their
talk
team
about?
They've had a draft agreement to look at for a couple months now.
Yes.
And we're waiting for comments back.
Thank you.
Yeah, it was right around the holidays, so that's always challenging, but we would expect to get comments back soon, I believe.
Great. Thank you. No further questions from me.
Councilmember Klostad.
I believe Jeff was prepared to answer the question about the stratification of the sites. Did you still want to hear about that? That was
sure.
Already very long.
Yeah.
Question.
Thank you.
So in the presentation, Jason talked to it. The three projects they're different projects. Of everyone interviewed, of the seven, really, like I said, it was 9. In reality, it was 7. These by far have the greatest opportunity to catalyze the areas around them. There's also the timing element. So the bar property is the closest to the finish line. I'm a new guy here in town, but what I've learned is I think a lot of people have thought that this project is done. It's not done, but of the 3, it's close. And I think there's opportunity for town engagement with collaboration to get over the finish line. And I think it's important to maintain the momentum of what the town has invested, talking about the general plan and the revitalization of the corridor. This could be one of the earlier wins, not from the public investment side, but from the private investment side. And so that's why the bar property rated so highly when we're talking about the selection criteria. That was the thinking.
Thanks, Jeff.
Yep.
Okay, I guess I'll continue on.
Yeah, go ahead.
I asked questions ahead of time, and thank you very much, staff, for those answers. And then a couple of the committee members granted me access to them for a couple of generous hours on Sunday morning, and I got most of my questions answered at that time. So right now I'm just looking forward to hearing more from my fellow council members.
Councilmember Romack.
Yeah, I too had the pleasure of meeting with 3 of the action team members this morning. I also serve on the R2SC committee, so I don't have any further questions, but look forward to discussing.
And I should have disclosed also, I met with Jeff and Jason this morning as well. Thank you for your time. Appreciate that. Sorry.
I also am on the committee. I'm on the Economic Vitality Action Team, but in this case, I did not participate in the review of the applicants or meet with the subcommittee about the applications. However, I did meet with the bars at a time when I didn't know they were among the applicants and did discuss their project. And from that conversation, I wouldn't say anything new came out, but we did discuss concerns that I have heard elsewhere in the community about their project. There have been concerns about the size of the project and compatibility with the river, and concerns about too much of a party atmosphere. I'm not saying that as a criticism or anything. I'm saying it as a disclosure, just to get that out of the way. A concern I have that maybe Andy can help me with is we're bandying about the terms participation agreement and partnership agreement in connection with what are essentially development or redevelopment projects. And I want to make sure in putting together these agreements, the town does not find itself a development partner where we're having an agreement coming before the council or the town's essentially coming to us in two roles. There's a natural tension between being a developer and asking ourselves to approve the development with public funds.
Yeah, I don't have a really good list of deal points yet, but that is one of the issues that we'll be having to work through, along with how much help can the town provide without triggering a prevailing wage requirement for any of these projects, wanting the town to maintain some flexibility on the land use side. There are a lot of things to sort through. We're at a very, very early stage yet, I think.
Okay. And then I'm also concerned about the role of planning staff, and maybe Danielle or Carissa can help me with this, where it's sort of the same kind of tension. We're talking about staff helping shepherd through a project, in a sense. Maybe that's not a good choice of words from Danielle's expression, but in essence, helping shepherd a project through overcoming the Byzantine complexities of our development code. And then at the same time, when the matter comes up before the Planning Commission or the council and commission are going to be looking to staff for an objective analysis, the pros and cons of a project in which they're already vested themselves as liaisons. So how's the planning department going to address that tension?
So you noticed we've referred to having consultant support, so there will be some independent support helping. Planning will certainly have a role, but I think there's a big distinction between helping a property owner vision for their property and come up with a plan. It's then up to the property owner to submit an application, put that through, and go through the normal process. So I think there is a distinction between what we at least understand the support would be and finally getting through a process approval.
Okay. You mentioned milestones, and that's an attractive protection against investing too much and getting at the end of the line and finding after 5 years it was a whole waste of time. Can you elaborate at all on examples of what the different steps might be at this stage, or is that too speculative?
I think it's speculative in that the staff hasn't had the conversations with the property owners for the selected site. So, I'm making some assumptions based off of what we've seen or heard from the interview committee. But if the Holland property is interested in adaptive reuse, we could have some initial conversations with them about their current tenants in the property, are they staying? Are we trying to work around them? Just understanding what their thoughts are for the existing tenants in the property and the building and how they'd like to do adaptive reuse, make sure they understand what the code would require, or if there is struggles with that, how we can work around that for that one particular site. So I think the milestones would be trying to identify the goals and then what we are considering complete or partially complete for each goal. But until we get into that level of detail, we're very governmenty, and that's more comfortable for us, and this has been a very non-governmenty process. So,
Mayor Zabriskie, sir, if I could add to that, I think the nature, it's absolutely valid. There's a natural tension between local government planning and the entrepreneur and what the community members want in this corridor. I mean, it's as natural as it is possible. If we did a word count of our briefing, the number one word would have been collaboration. And collaboration is not compromise. It's not giving up on your values or your rules or your zoning, but I think is what it does is it very early has the conversation start with all variables on the table. What is everyone's interest? And then we start to color in that Venn diagram of what's possible. I think the partnership agreement is important to keep it simple, non-governmental, but how do we identify the Venn diagram of possible without doing something illegal or inappropriate or unethical from a town perspective, whether you're an elected or you're on the planning staff and zoning, but early collaboration. I think that's critical, and that's what could speed up this process. So it isn't 2005 and it's 2050 saying, why didn't they do this in 25? And that's where I go back where I closed with, I think there's limited downside risk if done appropriately. And there's an opportunity to catalyze this with calculated risk, not blind.
Okay, thank you. I think Jake Hudson would be most qualified to answer my last question. No, I want to get you up here. Get you up to the podium first. Yes, did you see any of these projects that are being recommended as conflicting at all with River Health and Access memorandum from November of 2024, that final recommendation?
No.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, what this is an opportunity to potentially do some restoration or some cleanup, some, you could call it landscaping or riparian habitat restoration. And this provides an opportunity for that. It provides an opportunity for stormwater control and improvements. That's a big part of the idea, is these parcels that were built decades ago don't have modern stormwater control and improvements, and we can clean it up so it actually helps.
Okay, and I guess it's too early to tell whether it would conflict with any of the access objectives reflected in the River Health and Access memorandum.
It may be too early to tell, but from what we've seen, the projects are, a few of them are relatively small, so they would not conflict. And the one that I spoke about, we are recommending the first phase of that project. But the final phase would, the plan is to open up access.
Okay, thank you.
So I think that would be an improvement.
Okay, those are all my questions. Now's the opportunity. Assume there's no follow-up, Council. Now's the opportunity for public comment. Does anyone wish to make a public comment on this item? Okay, seeing no one rushing to the lectern. Oh.
I wasn't going to go first, but I'll go first. So I don't want you to close public comment. Good evening, Council. I just want to thank this amazing committee and all of the applicants, because it is been an amazing process to be a part of, and I really think it's a new way to work as a community, and I'm really excited about that. I wanted to address maybe a criticism that two of the projects selected are from members of the committee and they're great projects, they're great community members, and the reason they signed up for the R2SC is they're passionate about the river, they're passionate about their projects, and they want to move them forward. And they recused themselves from the process entirely. They weren't a part of any of the discussion on that. And they have put forth an application because they want to move. They want to do something. So I commend them, and I commend the committee for selecting them.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Mayor Zabriskie and council members, my name is Jan Holen, and as Mr. Pallavi had mentioned, named as a property manager, I'm always get a little awkward when people say Jan's property or the Holen project, because we are a group of property local property owners. There's actually a group of about 8 members that have come together to specifically the goal was to both provide housing for locals, do something better with the river, and really we're very interested in river revitalization. But I'm here mainly to just both thank the committee that has put in the effort to do this work. As Joan Jones had mentioned, we recused ourselves from that process. I was quite blown away when our general manager and a project manager, Connie, and I went to the interview, how thorough it was, how rigorous it was, how, as much as I wanted to talk about the vision or what we wanted to do and how the town wanted to complain, oh, no, you're not following, we have to follow the script, right? And so I think that it was done in a very transparent and rigorous way, even though it wasn't a Brown Act committee, but I just wanted to really appreciate how that was done. And lastly, I just want to say that certainly I think there's no guarantees that any of these projects 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 5 years from now are gonna come off the ground. But I can tell you that from working on this project for now 7 years or so, and spending nearly $500,000 in what I would call the industrial, the consultant industrial complex, and bouncing back and forth with the town, we're really looking forward to collaborating and seeing if we can actually make something happen in the dirt on that project in a more collaborative way. So thank you.
Mayor, council members, a lot of times I don't even need the mic, I'm loud enough. First off, I want to thank the committee very much for the time they spent. I'm Mark Tanner. We were, I'll say, nominated as one of the Catalyst program or project sites. And so what I really look at this as we're at the very starting point. When you look at the master plan for the town, what I believe not only town council, town staff, but the citizens of our community have asked for is river revitalization, okay? The town has done a great job of revitalizing the one property the town basically owns, okay, the public. The rest is all private. So that's where if you want to do more revitalization, you have to come to us as private citizens that own these properties to be in collaboration and a partnership to revitalize this. And we all hope for something sooner than later. What that means, we as applicants really have no idea. There is no formalized partnership agreement. It could be 1 page, it could be 20 pages what Andy comes up with. So we are waiting to see. We are hoping in partnership and collaboration to work with the community, council, with staff, with third-party consultants to figure this all out. When I applied as an applicant, I pretty much said when I purchased the property almost 12, 13 years ago, I knew that what I was going to be putting there, which is my construction yard and business, wasn't in the best interest of the community. It's a riverfront property. I get that. I see that. But I'm looking for collaboration and basically saying, hey, my property is a blank slate. If we all look at this from a community perspective, what is best for the community? Now, it has to work financially viable, and it has to work within everyone's timelines as well. But if we don't start the talk and the dialogue as private citizens, we as a community are never going to get anywhere with river revitalization because you've already done a great job of revitalizing the river on the property you own. But now it comes back to private citizens, and we're here to help in that process. So I'm really here just for questions, saying we want to be a partner in this process, and we're literally just at the very beginning stage. So there are a lot of unknowns for us as well as for you, but we're at least willing to take that first step forward to try to make something happen because river revitalization is so important to this community based on everything that we've heard to date. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tanner.
Hello again, Mayor and Council. Again, Jessica Penman, the President and CEO of the Truckee Chamber of Commerce. I also sit on the larger R2SC committee, and I have kind of 2 points. One, a couple meetings ago, we looked at images of other revitalized areas and were kind of told to dream. And one of them was the Rhino District of Denver. And they started that project in 2004, which was when this project originally began. And I think it was a wake-up call for a lot of us in and on that committee of how far behind we are because we did create a plan that just sat on a shelf. And so I just want to thank the action team for their idea of bringing this Catalyst project in front of you guys. I think it's a time we have to be really bold about how we work with our business community and ways that we can move this forward. And then I did sit in on their special meeting a couple weeks ago where they talked about the interview process, and most of the property owners were in the room, including the ones that are not being chosen for this, and there was really great discussion about how we can help move those other projects forward as well. I've already been voluntold that I'm going to help with some of that, so I think, yeah, no problem. This is just a really great opportunity to show our community that we're doing something and that we're really passionate and really want to see this succeed. So thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Penman.
Hi, folks. Mayor Zabriskie, council members. My name is Laura Saylor. I'm a resident of Truckee and also the vice chair of the Community Economic Vitality Action Team.
Part of our team.
And I just wanted to take an opportunity today to acknowledge the Washoe people, who are indigenous custodians of the occupied land known as Truckee that we meet on today. Truckee and the surrounding area of Da'o Aga is the ancestral and spiritual home to the Washoe, who have stewarded these lands for thousands of years and since the beginning of time. Our town, Truckee, and the surrounding area have been ancestral, trade, and meeting grounds, including hunting and harvesting for the Washoe, Martis, Maidu, Miwok, Paiute, Shoshone, and other indigenous peoples for many centuries before us. We recognize the descendants of these tribes and others who continue to share, steward, live, and work on this land with us. The Washoe have always been part of the land and environment, and they believe that land, language, and people are intrinsically intertwined. They believe that the Washoe have safeguarded these lands since the beginning of time. The earth, its terrain, its waters, all living and non-living things are sacred, and they request that you assist in preserving this ecosystem for future generations. We pay respect to the Washoe elders past and present, and we extend that respect to all Indigenous Native peoples here today. I'd also like to add, considering we've been talking about water and the river, an acknowledgement and a thanksgiving given by Indigenous peoples. And so we give thanks to all of the waters of the world for quenching our thirst, for providing strength and nurturing life for all beings. We know its power in many forms: waterfalls and rains, mists and streams, rivers and oceans, snow and ice. We are grateful that the waters are still here and meeting their responsibility to the rest of creation. And we can agree that water is important in our lives and bring our minds together as one to send greetings and thanks to the water. May our minds be as one. And I just like to implore you to take the opportunity to embrace catalysts along our river, to be grateful for the water and all that it gives us, and to revitalize, restore, and reimagine the future of Truckee River. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Seeler. Are there any other people who wish to provide a public comment on this item? Okay. Does anyone have any follow-up questions after the public comment? Sure.
Just a quick one for the bars and or Alicia. Yeah, either one of you, or both, whatever you guys want. What's your timing? Sounds like you've had this potential purchase agreement in your hands for 45 days or so-ish, whatever it is, doesn't matter. What's your anticipated turnaround, and what's your anticipated result of where we're going from here on that agreement in particular? And hit the button, Andy. Thank you.
It was on. I turned it off.
Yeah.
Agreements in the lawyer's hands. So we do have a partner. We have multiple partners, but we have a financial partner in this, and getting us both on page takes a little bit of time. So, but I think we will have feedback next week.
Thank you.
Is that it?
That's it.
Just one?
Just one, buddy. We've talked lots. Come on.
Mayor Zabriskie, yeah, I failed to mention when we were talking about capacity, and I think it's worth coming back to. The R2SC committee, the Community Economic Vitality Action Team, numbers of volunteer hours, I mean, excess of 20 hours each just in the interview process, not to mention moving forward and how much time. So that really adds to our capacity. Our intention would be to identify a liaison from either R2SC or the Community Vitality, Economic Vitality Action Team. We need a better name for your action team, I'm sorry. CVAC. To work with us in partnership with the property owners to make sure that the vision of R2SC that we've talked about so far in River Health is being fulfilled with the conversations happening. So that's adding to our capacity to continue the conversations. And I don't want to lose sight of the fact that they're volunteering to work with the other four property owners on the other sites as well. That's not staff time. So I'm sorry, I forgot to mention that.
Thank you. So we're ready for deliberations. Why don't we start with Councilmember Romack?
Sure, happy to. Thank you again to all the time from the CVAT committee. Can we call you that now? Action team, I guess. And I wanted to take a moment to, again, since I sit on R2SC, so I've been more intimately familiar with the process and just some of the questions I've heard. I think an economic study was conducted with BAE Economics, and I remember it coming to the R2SC, and there was a lot of discussion around all the property owners are talking about potentially different things and different ideas. And so it was my understanding that the action team came up with this really creative idea of an RFI to have the 3 catalyst projects, because if we would have just generalized big ideas in a plan, we might see the same fate that we saw in the 2005 plan and see it just sit on the shelf again. And so I did, I thought that was a really interesting conversation at R2SC, and, really interesting findings again from the economic study, and a reason why we are in this spot today. I think also, I hear, how are the agreements going to look, different goals, different timelines. And again, that speaks to why it went to this RFI process, because every project is so different on different timelines. So, excited to see what staff comes up with and the partnership opportunities. Also, I know the questions around R2SC in the work plan and staff time, and thank you, Jen, for highlighting that. I think this, we did highlight this in our work plan. This has been a priority. The tremendous hours of community involvement from the R2SC members, from the action team members, from property owners along the river that were in this process or have not been in this process, that have attended a lot of the R2SC meetings. So I think also there has been, for those of you who don't get the pleasure of attending these meetings, there's been a lot of interest and excitement around this from the community. And I would also highlight, again, the process. This was a great effort. I think hearing from Mark Tanner or from Jan Holland, I forget now, I think Jan, you said it, just what the interview was like and the questions. And so we know this was a very in-depth process. I think meeting with the action team members today just reaffirmed that. We have folks who are participating in this who have been here for a while and who are newer to the community, so also a variety of perspectives. And again, I think separating people from project and looking at what is right for the community and what fits the goals of the R2SC. So I think this is different. This is less governmenty. It's maybe a little scary, a little risky, but I am excited to support this, move forward. Again, I think the action team has done an incredible job of this process and really vetting all these projects. I will share in my conversation this morning, the staff capacity concerns, I did highlight that of totally support continuing to work with the other 5 properties, great idea, but that's not something that staff has capacity for. But if there are folks in the community that are willing to volunteer time or being voluntold that they're participating to utilize the skills and talents. I think too, Travis, you're sitting in the front row, you're part of this committee. I think you've been someone who all along has said the town can't just come in and tell property owners what to do. And I think you have shared that throughout the process, and I think we've all heard that. And so this is really taking an opportunity to collaborate together. So we're all working together and seeing what is the vision, what are the ideas to accomplish some of these big goals that we'd all like to see. So those are my comments. I'm happy to approve the recommendations and move forward with staff developing the partnership agreements.
Vice Mayor Klobstad.
Can I interrupt for 1 second? Do you mind if I go next? Only because I have one slight caveat and curveball to what I think you are all going to say. So might just be better to get it out rather than have 4 of you go and then me change things up. I appreciate that. Thank you. So I echo 100% of everything you just said, Councilmember Romack. It was been an enthralling process. Had a fascinating meeting today with both of you to really go over how we got to where we are and the rubric that you all went through. I also want to put my wholehearted, gratitude and thankfulness to all of the volunteers and the incredible volunteer hours. Truly a monumental task and effort that you've put in the past 6 months, so really appreciate that. I'm in full agreement with the Holland and Tanner properties. I think those are a little bit easier. I'd like to put one caveat on the bar property, and that is going to be that I want to see the purchase agreement signed before we proceed down the, what are we calling it, partnership agreement track. So I don't believe we should, I believe, and actually let me just make this even more clear. I'm still even supportive of going down the partnership agreement track with the bars if the partnership agreement is not, if the sale agreement is not signed. But I don't want us to go down any track without certainty on where we stand on what we're actually talking about. To me, that is of most importance. We need clarity as to the parcel and the project we are discussing before we can have a partnership agreement. So I'd just like to add that to the recommendation. That's all. Other than that, I'm totally supportive. Does that make sense, what I'm asking for?
I understand what you're asking for.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Can I clarify?
Please.
So you would want the purchase and sale agreement signed before a partnership agreement is?
Or declined.
Or declined, okay.
Formally. Yes.
So if we are not moving forward with that purchase agreement, you are still willing to
Totally.
move forward?
They own the parcel.
Yeah.
They've owned the parcel since 2016? 18? 17? Yeah, I was there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to be clear on that.
That's been on the docket the entire time.
Okay. Gotcha.
Are you ready to go, Heather?
Certainly.
Thank you.
yeah, I share in my fellow council members' gratitude for the River Revitalization Committee members. What an amazing amount of focus, collaboration, and mutual support and shifting of minds and hearts. It's just unbelievably amazing. Thank you to the applicants in placing your trust in the town and this new non-governmenty system that we're trying to embrace. This is really meaningful, and I'm really impressed with everybody that showed up, including the 4 sites that are not on this recommendation list. I have a lot of reasons to want to see those be supported. They're worthy of elevating in my mind as well. I deeply believe that no development does not mean environmental protection. And I agree with Jake Hudson that these projects are a real opportunity to not just improve the Truckee River corridor, but to improve the river itself. And that is one way in which I feel that we can honor the Washoe and the other indigenous ancestors. But that has to be, to me, the focus. Every one of these projects needs to have an element that is going to improve the quality of the river, because it is not just the corridor and the road that we drive on, it is the river itself. So if you can, and I also want to commend staff for being willing to step outside their comfort zone. This is a risk. This is risky for us. It's risky for the applicants, it's risky for us, it's risky for council members. This is outside of all of our sandboxes. But we're all willing to do this. And Mark Tanner said it best, really, is we need that private citizen innovation to make this happen. And I want to fully support that. You combine that with good development that, again, supports the river health. This is an absolutely worthwhile investment, and what a rare opportunity after 20 years of this sitting stagnant. It is so exciting to see this move forward. So I really want to leverage the enthusiasm, and in Pam's words, let's do this. I support the committee's recommendations, and I understand why you want to add that additional caveat, and I think that is the one area that we can and probably should still be governmenty. So I would support that caveat. Let's just know where we are, one way or another, so that we know what we're focusing on.
So I understand, Vice Mayor, so you agree with Councilmember Pallavi that you would like to see the agreement signed, the land transaction, purchase sale agreement signed before the staff devotes resources.
Signed or declined, we just need to know.
Signed or declined. Before the staff devotes resources.
Because my understanding is that would change what we would be focusing on in order to provide support for that property. If it's the larger project, the type of support they need is very different than if it's a smaller project without the purchase of the additional land. So we would just want to make sure that whatever staff time we invest in developing that partnership agreement is aimed at what that property owner needs. That makes sense.
Yes, pretty much. Councilmember Henderson.
So I'm just going to make sure I'm really clear. You're saying whether it's signed or declined, either way, it's sort of a gating feature for you just to move forward in the partnership agreement. But regardless of if it is signed or declined, we will move forward. You are supportive of moving forward on a partnership agreement.
Yeah, as long as they want to.
Well, yes, fair. Okay, perfect. Okay. So just a few thoughts, and this is sort of, some of this has been said. I think as a community, we've really visioned this future of river revitalization. And the models that we've had, they haven't really worked. We have documents with a similar vision to what we have today from 20 years ago. 20 years. That's a long time. I think that if we don't try this new collaborative partnership model, we will be in the exact same place in another 20 years. And we will have all failed. We'll have failed everyone in our community who contributed to that vision of river revitalization, who contributed to our general plan update. I trust this committee and their recommendations deeply. They developed and executed a really, really robust interview process and scoring process, and I wish you could have gone through all of the details of that because there was a lot more than you had time to present this evening. I think it's also important to note that all of these projects, they'll eventually have to go to Planning Commission as well. That's really important. That's a really important part of our public process. So that provides a lot of opportunity for public input if there are concerns on mass or scale or any other issues that the community wants to talk about. And I think all of the projects as partners, as collaborators with our community, also have to be open to what the public has to say, to hear that feedback as well. This council has always been willing to try new ways. It's something that's made me really, really proud of our community, that the community has allowed us the space to try new ways. I come out of the private sector, so this is actually sort of in my sandbox. We embrace a fail fast mentality. It is completely okay to fail. To learn from those failures, do it fast, and then pivot so that you're not wasting resources and you're learning from those failures. If we aren't willing to risk failure, then we're not innovating. And given our 20+ years history, without getting to the vision that our community really wants, I think we need to innovate, and I think we need to do it now. There are certainly unknowns, there are certainly risks, and there are always going to be those things, but there's also tremendous potential and upside. And I'm looking 10, 15 years down the road, and, you know, Mark, I know we don't know what the vision is yet, but the contributions of that vision to the entire community and a legacy along the river and to the bars, you know, this gathering site that brings together not just our community members, it brings together our tourists, it brings together our youth who are throwing around, you know, a baseball in the park, and the parents, maybe me, as one of having a glass of wine next door, right? Jan, you know, housing, and we need so much workforce housing, and that is the collective vision that you all are bringing forward. And I think that's so inspiring. I think it's so exciting for all of us. I think it's something we've all wanted to see for 20 years, and we have this opportunity together in front of us tonight to move this forward. There's a lot of history. There's always going to be a lot of history, and we can also put some of that aside and say we're open to trying this really new approach. It's already being tried. It's already working, honestly, and really focus on building and on catalyzing that future. So I am in agreement. I'm excited for the Catalyst sites. I'm grateful to the committee, to all of the applicants, and to everyone who has participated in this huge process. It's not just the applicants, it's other folks who are on the R2SC committee and staff. I mean, it's a massive, massive endeavor. I know it has been uncomfortable at times, and I think discomfort is when we grow the most.
It sounds like you're in favor of staff's recommendation. Do you have a position on Councilmember Polyvi's caveat?
I mean, I think if there's council support for that, I would be fine with just saying we can still say tonight, authorize town staff to move forward with a partnership agreement with the bars and their site, and the gating feature to that is just sale is signed or declined. I don't think, for example, it needs to necessarily come back for a huge council conversation, unless I'm missing something.
So all the participation or partnership agreements will come back for your approval, so that you know what the parameters are we're committing to. I think what I hear from Councilmember Polyvi is he would like us to work on the Tanner Holland agreements, hear from Andy and Alicia where they are with the sale and purchase agreement before we start that agreement, so that we know what property we're working with. So in that case, you may get the Tanner Holland agreement at one meeting and the bar agreement at a different meeting. But I would like clarity on what signed means, because you will have to approve that in this, I get back in my government box here. You have to approve that agreement at a council session. So is it after you officially approve it? Is it when they've indicated they've accepted the terms? Otherwise, you're going to hear it again as a negotiation. So I just would like to understand if that's the direction you're going, what signed means.
Yeah, I'm trying to be really clear. So I don't just, Andy, cut me off if you need to. We've had 10 closed sessions. That's just an estimate. I don't know. We've had a number of conversations. We've had meetings. We've had ongoing conversations where we are not clear what the direction of that parcel is. And I don't think it behooves our limited capacity and resources to proceed to stage 2 when stage 1 isn't complete. Stage 1 is complete on Tanner's property. He's ready to go. Stage 1 is complete on Holen's property. They're ready to go. Stage 1 is still a little fuzzy on the bar property. We're not really sure where we're at. So all I'm trying to say is let's not just like keep throwing resources at things when we don't have specific answers yet. Let's move forward. They have something going on. There's ongoing negotiations. Let those negotiations do what they need to do. As soon as they wrap up and we know exactly where we all stand, then we can move on to stage 2, which is negotiate a partnership agreement.
I think we got that. I think what Jen's asking for is this signing
Yeah,
authority.
separate.
And so I would say, to be clear,
I want to sign it.
I will be fine if you bring the purchase agreement and the partnership agreement to the same meeting, as long as we know that they're what the partnership agreement is attached to.
Okay, and I think that's different than Councilmember Pallavi.
I think that's slightly different than what I'm saying,
Okay.
for sure.
So I
yeah.
think they need, I think
Can I
if
jump
we
in
know
here?
where we're going, they can proceed with the partnership.
Yeah, I'm mostly fine with that.
Okay, let's hold that thought for a second.
Sure, please.
Because first of all, after seeing the slides and hearing the presentation tonight, I agree with staff's recommendation that the 3 projects recommended are better than the 5 that weren't. So I agree with that basic point, which everyone else up here supports. What I'm in support of in terms of the bars is their project. And more than the other 2 recommended projects, I know what the bars project is. It's a riverfront restaurant. I know that project better than any of the others. And so for me, I wonder, why do they need to be in one of the recommended projects when they're so far along, when it's so well defined? Well, for whatever reason, that's what they're looking for. And when I compare them with the other projects, I say they remain in the top 3. That doesn't bother me as much. For me, that means that's less staff time. So if having them sign the agreement, if there's a kerfuffle, or however you say it, over some arcane legalistic provision, indemnity or something else, that doesn't change the nature of the project. And I would think the bars are far enough along, they intend to stick with it. So I don't feel we need the caveat. On the other matters, I'm more concerned about what's ahead in terms of the partnership or participation, or what I would like to call collaboration agreements, because there is so much uncertain. Staff has given us so few details. The committee has given us so few details. We don't know what constitutes project completion, whether it's submission of an application or construction of a project. There's so many unknowns. So I wish we could provide guidance, but we don't have enough information to do that. But I think staff has heard from all of us up here, we're concerned about staff time. And I very much appreciate Jen's reference to doing milestones. That is one thing that's important. have different steps along the way so we don't end up putting in $100,000 when we could have dropped out at 10,000. So those are my thoughts. And the reason I interrupted you is I think we need to be thinking of this not as the bars, but as the project.
I
and
1000% agree.
That project.
We're not approving a project.
Well, I'm sorry. You're right. We're not approving
And
a
that's why I
project,
said this
but-
isn't personal. I'm not thinking of it as the bars or the Hollands or the Tanners. These are three distinct projects. And we have been talking about the West River Park for 6 years. I have been on this council. We have talked about it for the entire duration of my term here. We've talked about the 2 parcels adjacent to it. We've talked about awarding those 2 parcels. We've talked about selling the 2 parcels of land. We're still not there, and we've spent 6x what we anticipated spending. So why are we going to spend more money when we don't know what the answer is yet? We don't have an answer yet, you guys.
We have a project.
I'm happy to jump in here.
Yeah. Go ahead.
And I would support Vice Mayor Klogstad. I think it does make sense to understand what property are we talking about as we're putting together a collaboration agreement. So having signed or declined, what project?
What project
Thank
we're
you.
talking about.
But I think you're right, Vice Mayor, in that I would be okay with an agreement coming forward the same day as a partnership agreement. So if there's an agreement to terms and staff understands that, they can be preparing the partnership agreement so there can be movement. Because as we did hear from the committee, and what you just were highlighting, this has been in development for a long time. So this could be one that could potentially move quicker. So
I 1000% agree with all of that. And I'm fine with that, just to be clear. So I'm fine with that. But what I'm saying is that these 3 are now being decoupled. Are we all in agreement, or at least 3 of us in agreement, that we're decoupling the 3 and we're saying 2, go start tomorrow. 3, you get to start when you have a semi-written agreement with staff that you believe that staff's agreed to. I mean, that's what we just said, right? So we're decoupling them.
No, you wanted a signed or declined agreement on the one project.
Precisely.
Riverfront
Before the partnership agreement negotiation starts.
And the question is, do we have 3 votes for requiring council approval?
No,
of
I
the
don't need
purchase
council
sale
approval. I need
Okay.
however you described it. Like if staff is comfortable with the way that the purchase agreement has come back, we are getting somewhere, there's progress being made, they're like, yes, seems like we have agreement here. They can then start negotiating the partnership agreement. Both can come back to us to ratify at the same time.
Okay.
Wonderful. Move on.
And then we're not directing them to be decoupled. It's only if the agreement stagnates.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have to be decoupled, but if they want to start tomorrow, I'm saying that they need to sign, or then they need to have a signed agreement back to Andy tomorrow. Otherwise, they can start with Tanner and Holland tomorrow. That's what I'm saying.
Mayor, can I ask a quick question? What is realistically staff's perspective on time frame for the partnership agreements to come back to council? Recognizing that we don't have our regularly scheduled first meeting in February because we have our annual council retreat that entire day.
Yeah, and you already have a pretty full agenda for the February 25th meeting, so realistically, we're not into March. I don't know if it'd be the 1st or 2nd. Again, it's going to depend on the communication with the selected property owners and how quickly we can narrow that down.
And our town attorney's workload, which we've heard is quite large.
Yeah, that's correct. I am...
So 6 to 8 weeks,
correct,
roughly, for those partnership agreements to come back. Within the first few weeks of those 6 to 8 weeks, does it feel realistic to sign or decline the sale agreement so that we can move your partnership agreement in tandem with the others?
Just as a matter of procedure,
Yeah.
can you hold up? You want to call on one of the...
I do.
You
I
want to
want to ask that
reopen
question.
questions?
Sorry. Yes, I do.
We're going to reopen questioning?
No.
Go ahead, pose your question.
Yes, thank you, Courtney, it is.
Thank you. I think we have a path forward then.
And the path forward is that in the case of the bar project, they need to have a signed agreement, sign or decline the agreement.
Yeah, I think we made it clear.
And it doesn't need to come to council first. It could come to council with a participation agreement.
I was fine with that.
Okay, so do I have a motion to accept staff's recommendation with the one change being that we postpone staff time spent on the participation agreement pending signing or declining of the purchase and sale agreement with the bars?
So moved.
So I was seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous.
Mayor, can you please repeat the first? A lot of people are talking at the same time.
We approve staff's recommendation.
Who made the motion, please?
Oh,
Well, Vice Mayor Klofstad.
Thank you.
And I seconded.
yeah. Thank you. We're done with that item. And what we're going to do is,
Let's maybe try to get through, if we can, 7.2. I know we have people, and Travis, I'm hearing you say public comment. We had that when we had public comment on this item.
when Tanner's.
When
yeah.
Joan and Mark and, yeah.
Remember when Joan ran up to the podium?
Okay.
Do you have any
Is the town aware that they don't own the property across the street? That they're entering into agreement
Chat.
with them on?
We can talk when we take a break.
Yeah.
You can also
Okay.
write in a comment, Travis. You're welcome to write a comment in as well.
I'll see you later, Jack.
Okay, we're moving on to 7.2 is the Edmonds Law Workforce Housing. With us is our illustrious former council member and mayor to lead us in the discussion.
All right. Mayor Zabriskie, council members, good evening. We're here tonight to talk about next steps towards the creation of workforce housing on the Edmonds Drive parcel, formerly known as the High Altitude Fitness parcel. And this is in keeping with one of your long-standing goals, priorities regarding the generation of more affordable workforce housing in Truckee. So if it pleases the council, I'd like to get right to it. Tonight we have recommended action before you. Number one, to approve the recommendation to partner with Paradigm 8 and Sage Modern, a builder-developer group for the construction of 12 units of workforce housing known as Edmonds Lofts, located on Edmonds Drive. And then secondly, to direct staff to begin negotiations to negotiate a development and disposition agreement, otherwise known commonly as a DDA, between the builder-developer team and the town that would outline the very specific terms and conditions of a partnership, a public-private partnership, for the construction of deed-restricted affordable housing, and then return to the council with that DDA for your final approval. So just to kind of recap what led us to this point tonight, you may recall about 1.5 years ago, I was before you as a graduate student planning intern. And we were talking about the potential of this town-owned property to place multifamily workforce housing on the site. And we explored at that time the feasibility of that, both financially and from a site planning perspective. Last summer, you gave direction to move forward with an RFI process, a process very similar to what you just heard about with the river, requests for interest and qualifications. In mid-October, an RFIQ was issued to the builder-developer community. It was posted in the paper, on the website, and to kind of bolster the appeal of that RFIQ, a housing initiatives reception was held at Moody's at the end of October, and we had a terrific turnout. At the time, Mayor Pallavi was there and staff, and over 20 builders, developers, architects from the local community attended, and we had an opportunity to talk about the Edmonds Loft project, among other housing initiatives in town. The RFIQ had a due date of November 20th, so right before Thanksgiving, and we were very fortunate to receive 3 letters of interest from local builders. And I think anytime you go out, it's always good to have a minimum of 3, so I think we were very fortunate in that regard. It's kind of an industry standard. And then after the December holidays, we conducted a series of interviews with the 3 groups, the 3 building groups, which included GLA Morris, coupled with Crestwood Construction, a group called Mountain Lake Partners, and a partnership between Paradigm 8 and Sage Modern. And then here we are tonight to talk about our next steps, moving this forward. So just to give you a little bit of background on the RFIQ itself, the request for interest and qualifications, it required that whoever considered the project produce a minimum of 8 dwelling units. It made it very clear that these were going to be deed restricted and affordable units. The requirement was also for a minimum of 2 different dwelling types, meaning a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, studio, or 2-bedroom. So there had to be a minimum of 2 different types of units. It was also important to have a mix of affordability levels with the project, with a requirement that 25% of those be reserved for low-income households or individuals. Compliance with the development code, another important point, and that construction begins no later than July 1, 2026. So all of that was made very clear in the document, in the request for interest. In terms of what we asked of the builders, we asked them to provide detail, and this was in your packet, detail of their team composition, the level of experience they had in producing housing and in construction and development, provide a preliminary timeline, and also give us their initial preliminary ideas in terms of a development concept for the site. And all 3 did provide those things. In terms of criteria, the committee had the following criteria to gauge these various groups. First of all, their interest in collaborating in a partnership, a public-private partnership, experience with similar projects, Truckee experience, mountain experience, certainly important with our seasonality here and the particulars of construction challenges, and then the clarity of project goals and strategies and the concept alignment with the overall housing goals for this site and project. Again, the 3 groups that we received interest from, a word about the review committee. There were 5 members total, and Jen also participated on some of the deliberations and discussion. But Hillary Hobbs with the town, myself, Adam Peterson, senior planner, who's seated in the back, he was part of the committee. Joan Jones, owner of Jones Corda Construction, who's here tonight. And then we also had Chase Jandren with Placemate, general manager of Placemate here in the area. So that was our review committee, and in terms of our methodology for evaluating the builder-developer groups, we reviewed the letters, their qualifications and preliminary concepts in detail. We have a matrix that we created to compare the 3 groups in terms of what they submitted and their background and experience. We interviewed them, so a process, again, very similar to the previous, the Riverside revitalization team. We interviewed the 3 groups, And then we evaluated them against their criteria, both individually and then collectively as a committee. And then the recommendation was based on our composite evaluation of these three groups. And I will say they were all very qualified, very strong groups with plenty of experience in construction, both individually and as entities. This is just to give you a kind of sense of how we looked at them. You can see across the top, this matrix describes each partnership, the individuals, their areas of expertise, whether they did construction in-house, whether they had operating, management experience, that kind of thing, how long they've been in Truckee, how long they've been working together as a group. Notable projects, again, kind of going down. They also gave us their sense of preliminary timelines, some longer than others. And then they all spent some time on conceptual plans as well. And I think you saw those in the packet also. And then a sense of how they would plan to finance the project. Again, given the parameters here that the town is essentially donating the land to this entity, this partnership, in exchange for the developer builder doing the rest. And then all of them were viewing the project as rental because there was the option to consider for sale, but they all felt that the rental scheme made the most sense. And then you can see the completeness of response. Sorry, I went the wrong way there. This, as I stated, we spent quite a bit of time with the interviews and evaluations, and the committee is recommending Paradigm 8 Sage Modern. These are some of the highlights of their proposal, and we're recommending them. Again, I said they were all three very, very qualified and could build this project. But I think what was kind of tilting things towards Paradigm 8 and Sage Modern was the precedent of having done a project like this in Truckee, one that has been deemed to be successful and done with private funding. And they have all of the combined partnership here of Paradigm 8 and Sage Modern. Everything's under one roof: design, planning, financing, construction, and operations. Their scheme, at least this preliminary concept, arrived at 12 units, smaller units, 9 one-bedroom and three studios, and this sort of mix is consistent with what the review committee understands to be the greatest demand right now in the community, which are for smaller units. The plan provided for 14 parking spaces for the 12 units, and they're also proposing to take a planned development approach. Now, planned development is something that's described in our development code, and what that means is that because of the constraints of the site, the setback requirements, the height restrictions, the parking requirements, a planned development gives a builder or developer the opportunity to really customize fitting a project on a site that's very specific to that site. And our development code allows for some flexibility in this regard when there's a strong justification for it. And in this case, producing 9, 12, maybe even up to 15 units of housing on a very small third of an acre site, there's a strong case to be made for taking this approach. And in fact, all three of the builders recommended that they would take a planned development approach to this site because of the constraints. The Sage Modern Paradigm 8 proposal included rents. They did a financial model, a preliminary pro forma, looking at the studios and the one-bedrooms, and came up with a rental range. I believe it was from $1,500 to $2,250 a month depending on whether a studio or one bedroom, which is within that 80 to 100% range of AMI, area median income, in terms of affordability range. And I do want to say Brian Helm with Paradigm 8 Sage Modern is here this evening if in the event that you have any specific questions regarding their proposal. They also included in their letter of interest that they would partner with the Truckee Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency. They partnered with them on the Industrial Way workforce housing project. And again, the importance of having this precedent to look at and having had that experience of producing a successful project. One other thing that caught the eye of the committee is their proposal for an accelerated construction start, a goal. In fact, their proposal had suggested that they could get started this year. You know, there are a lot of variables here. First of all, having to get through a development agreement, but I think it's definitely a worthy goal and something that we could try to work towards if council agrees with this recommendation. A little more information on their proposal. This is the site, as you can see, quite constrained. Again, 1/3 of an acre. The building is in the darker, on the left-hand side of the image here, the building footprint shown in the darker gray, and the parking area shown in light gray. So you can see that once you lay out 12 units, 14 parking spaces, so there's at least a parking space per unit plus a couple of guest spaces. There's not a lot of room left. There's some room for snow storage. So this is where kind of the push and pull of the site comes into play, the constraints of the site, and I think the underscores the importance of thinking about a planned development approach. And then over on the right-hand side, you can see some of the floor plates. The lowest level, ground level, is at the bottom of the screen, and then you have other one-bedroom units stacked above that. So I think it's the 2 or 3 studios at the bottom, and a one-bedroom, and then 1 bedrooms above. So again, very conceptual, but I think well thought out, and yeah, very efficient. So thus far through this process, I think part of considering this public-private partnership in this site as a pilot, if you will, on ways to efficiently produce workforce housing in town, we want to gauge what's working along the way and what isn't working so well, or what have we learned. And these are a couple of, here you can see some of the lessons learned, what we think is good and positive, and certainly the high degree of interest that we received when that RFIQ went out. I think the community is certainly hungry for and needing this kind of housing. And I think this sort of opportunity for a public-private partnership is also very unique, at least unique to Truckee, maybe not unique nationwide. The other thing that we've learned along the way is that, yes, a small site like this can produce housing, can produce multiple family housing. So it was very interesting to see the different concepts come through and what these groups thought of it. And then, you know, one of the big lessons learned so far is that, you know, even though we have the opportunity to produce housing, there are challenges with small sites like this. They're constrained. When you overlay the letter of the law, development code, and zoning regulations, the setback requirements, whether they're 10 feet or 20 feet from the property line, the amount of snow storage that's required on the site, you know, height, and so forth, it really begins to narrow down your envelope of what you can build and where you can build. But on the plus side, those kinds of constraints force creativity. It makes us think, okay, how, you know, kind of collectively, and certainly the building developer team, how do you get to the goal line? So yeah, so just some of the lessons learned, and kind of to circle back, just to remind you all of what we're looking for tonight. It's to go forward with the recommendation to select Paradigm 8 and Sage Modern for the construction of these units, and then to begin the process of putting a development and disposition agreement together between the town and the builder developer team. And with that, open it up to any council questions.
Thank you, David. We'll start with Vice Mayor Klostad.
I do not have any additional questions. Great presentation and staff report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Henderson.
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Pahlavi.
Of course I do. Just two. I usually skip over me. And actually, Brian, maybe if you would take the podium, they might be for you more than Mr. Tierman, actually. So two quick ones. I was the one who so what was this? I was the one who asked about the height restrictions, basically, in some of the council questions. And so what was the square footage of the studios that you guys were presenting in there? Do you remember off the top of your head, or David, maybe go back to the...
Yeah, they were around 500 square feet, 525 in that range from memory, I think.
Yeah, they ranged, so they were sort of between 400 square foot up to
that's what I thought I saw, was more around like that 400 square foot range. And I guess what I was just trying to get at, especially on that site, because that site, it A, is so constrained, but B, it's up against the hillside. C, it's behind a climbing gym. And it's sort of like in there. So to me, like if we were going to make some height opportunities there, like that is kind of an ideal place to do it, was my opinion. So I was just sort of going back to like the demand work that Placemate's done, and like really people want 300, 400 square foot studios. Like to me that seems slightly like a miss, and if there was an opportunity to do some engineering on that, is that something that you guys are interested in doing? Do you feel like that site plan is like pretty dialed? I guess, where do you feel like that site plan that you presented is in terms of either being final or still needs work, in the general scheme of things?
I think it's schematic, right? And so there's all sorts of constraints that'll come from town engineering or planning, et cetera. So it's definitely schematic. It's a trapezoid, so it's like the worst possible shape you could have, because it sort of pinches off the access point to the street. So we've got a lot of constraining variables as we look at it. We tried to look at comparable apartment projects between Sawmill Heights or Frishman Hollow, Coburn Crossing.
Those are really nice squares,
to sort of look at like unit sizes.
Right.
And so like what we saw on the studios was everywhere from, call it 350 up to 470 was what we were seeing. There may be others, but that was sort of the range that we saw. And then one bedrooms were ranging between 500 and sort of 600 square feet. Mm-hmm. And one of the challenges that we tried to take with this project, and Blair with Sage Modern just finished Industrial Way, was to make it sort of affordable by design, but then also feasible with totally private and traditional bank lending to make the project work, right? So if we have to go out and get grant funding or state funding or et cetera, it just adds another potential for it not to happen. And so we sort of work backwards from, not to get too into the weeds, but we sort of work backwards from a debt service coverage ratio for a traditional loan. Mm-hmm. And so then that sort of helped dictate how much debt we could support, how big of a project we could support, and then that sort of got us into sort of unit sizing and things of that nature. So we tried to really be disciplined, because we sort of know exactly how much this costs per square foot to build in terms of what would be a feasible project, so that we can not just sort of win an RFI, but build a project and put tenants into those units. So That's a long answer to your question.
No,
but-
that's really good because you inadvertently answered my second question, which was a funding equation and where was the debt service coming from, and was it all traditional debt service?
Yeah,
So
all traditional.
So you did just great. Thank you. I guess just maybe for staff, I understand we have these constraints, and I guess when I was looking at it, and I was also the one that asked the question sort of like just numbers of people, right? We've stopped talking about units in some cases and started heading towards like numbers of people, and that was where the Mountain Lake proposal just had some bigger units, right? Had a funding shortfall. There were some other issues that I think you answered really clearly, and I appreciate that. So I think what I was just trying to balance was the understanding of what the different presentations were, and so that was helpful. And my question to staff is, when a plan development comes through, because, I'm just thinking like, can we add a half story with some lofts so that we could just get out of like traditional tiny studio, sort of like have something that's more livable if we're going in this direction, and really try to push just a few little envelopes of what we're doing here. And so where does staff come from on something like that if we were going to come with a plan development and go up to 40 feet or something like that? What staff's just sort of like general like, heck no, heartache, gonna not work, versus, yeah, we like variances. I know we love variances and be really creative to do something cool there.
I mean, a plan development does allow for flexibility, but I would say generally speaking, we just don't have a lot of precedent for height exceptions. And maybe just another caveat that when we were going through looking at the waiting list for the artist lofts, the demand was mostly for single person households that were looking for small units. And that's, that was like 100 people on that list that fell into that category. So we do know that there's a missing market there that hasn't been filled for just that single person household option too. So
yeah, and I'm want to stay in the single person household. I'm just trying to get out of that sort of like tiny studio concept and give a little bit more livability, either through loft living, not even calling it a one bedroom still. It's more just, you can separate out like just a little bit more in your living space. And so I guess my question really was like, I hear what your answer is.
Yeah, I mean, the plan development
yes.
has some options that, I think it just comes down to once there's a final design for us to be able to talk through sort of the trade-offs.
Right.
And that's what gets looked at with the plan development, because there's still sort of this like public benefit aspect that's required as part of a plan development. But every project is so unique. I mean, that's why the plan development is set up, so that you have that option to look at it on a case-by-case basis.
Yeah. Great.
I think if just to maybe can we go to the recommendation slide? If you're interested in something, continuing to explore something with the team that's selected and you want to recommend moving those forward, we can remove the 12 units from the recommendation. But I think ultimately we have to lean into the expertise of the team that's saying
correct.
this is, this is what we can fund and what we think can work. And if they want to adjust that when they fine-tune their design, we can be open to that.
Yeah, I'm not saying, I'm not saying to prescribe one way or another. I was more just trying to ask some questions to create a little bit more livability in the product with retaining all of the aspects of what you've presented and not wanting to mess with that. I mean, I know your partners, had the pleasure of meeting him and had some great meetings over the last few months, just understanding some of the processes, and I think it's a great team, and I'm not interested in changing that, just wanting to understand how we can just squeeze a little bit more and really work. This is such a unique opportunity for us. This is our chance to take a chance. If we just like what we did on the last agenda item and the agenda item before that, this is like the agenda of taking chance. I mean, and the agenda, the number 7.4 with our dirt grant, like all of the things that we're doing, we are pushing the envelope and trying to really move the needle in ways that are creative, that are ungovernmenty, and I'm just trying to really open our eyes to those opportunities.
Any
That's
more
all.
questions?
Thank you. No more questions. I'm all set. Thank you, sir.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Just
Yes.
when you say more livability, you're just thinking like people here have skis and bikes, and you're going to need somewhere to bring
Yeah.
stuff in, and just like
Precisely.
Is that what you're talking
Whether
about?
it's a storage locker, whether it's when we look at this site plan, it is going to be very tight. I agree. And so what I'm just trying to do is how can we squeeze a little bit more space out of it? And when I particularly look at this site in particular, it is like ideally suited to push that height limit.
Thank you.
In my opinion.
Thank you. Questions over on this side?
Yeah, thank you. Well, you mentioned storage. That was going to be a question. Is there any storage envisioned as it is now outside of the units, or would it just be
Not so. you're
more
saying
like gear
on-site
storage? Yeah.
So we haven't quite gotten to that level of detail. We've already sort of started talking about bike storage underneath the open stairways and things of that nature. So we've started to talk in that sort of place, but we haven't sort of got to the place like, oh, here's storage lockers or anything of that nature. I think the thing that we like about this process, and it sort of gets to the question, is so often as a developer we sort of come with our cards pretty close to our vest, and we're sort of like, this is what we want, and then you tell us, well, we can't have that, but you could do this, and it's this sort of opaque process. Like this one, we're sort of excited to be pretty open book, right? It's just like, here's our financial model, right? And so we've built one of these in the last 12 months. We know how much it costs. Like, here's our financial model. Here's why we can or can't do these things. And it's going to be less of a, trust us sort of thing. It's going to be, we're in this together. We want to get bigger units. Like, this is what that means. We sort of went in with this variable of we don't want to go ask for additional subsidies or grants or things of that nature. And we want to keep the rents at a place where our staff and the staff of Truckee can afford. So I think it lends us to say, okay, we'd like to try to get these things. Okay, it costs this. This is what it means, and be very open book about it through the process.
Great, thank you. And exciting that the process is working in a multitude of ways. I did want to ask too, because it looked like the other two proposals had either carports or garages, and this one is all surface parking. And I think somebody asked the question in advance that in order to do garages or carports, it sounds like you would have to take away some units, or is that something that would be open if we're looking to move things around or making units any bigger, that there'd be opportunity for covered parking?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things, so yes, like again, we're schematic. I think the biggest challenge that all these projects have is the automobile. Like, the automobile ruins every project, right? It just does. And so we really struggled in our initial schematic design to make drive aisles work, be able, town engineering is going to have a lot to say about drive aisles and turn radiuses and turnaround points for fire and all that. So we tried to be as by the book as we could on the engineering side of things. And so we're happy to have that conversation with town engineering and see what we can do or can't do. We couldn't make it work and be able to have drive aisles and parking, but there may be a way.
Got it. And then on parking, because we love automobiles, it looks like one of the spots would also be where side snow storage is, spot 14. Am I reading that right or no?
We don't like that spot. We know that town engineering is not going to like that spot.
Okay.
So we expect there's going to be some push and pull on this. So.
Okay, thank you. And then question for staff, and this is getting down the line. I know today we're talking about great project ideas, but I am just curious, especially we got a public comment earlier about frustration with management at another apartment complex in town. I've had conversations with other folks who live in other apartment complexes who do not like management at their other ones. And I guess when does the management of this complex, because I guess I'm thinking you could build a beautiful building, but if the management isn't great, things aren't kept up well, then people aren't living in great conditions. So maybe staff, when does that come into the conversation? I don't know.
I can also provide some feedback how we think about it.
Yeah, I think the
Okay.
the property management and the rental management would be under
Brian.
the guys.
Well, I wouldn't do it. You don't want me doing it. But no, Blair with Sage Monitor, having just finished Industrial Way, he did a partnership with Truckee Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency, and then they have sort of a preferred leasing and property manager that they use. It's been very, very successful on the Industrial Way project, and we would sort of rinse and repeat that process. It's been wonderful. TTWHA supported all of the lease up, identifying the tenants, qualifying the tenants. So that worked very well. And then they sort of have a preferred property manager that's worked great. So
Great. Thank you for that. That's it.
Everybody's asked questions except me, or had an opportunity. I guess this can go back to David. In terms of the height, I love seeing someone asking about, can we move higher than 35 feet? Love to see that question, but then I didn't like the answer that much. Because one of the points was that increased height could risk inconsistency with the residential scale and context of the neighborhood. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So this parcel is very much a residential parcel. Edmonds Drive has single-family homes on one side of the street, and then to the north and south of this particular parcel, the one we're talking about here, there are two-story apartment buildings. I think there's six units, two levels of apartments to the immediate north, and 2 levels, 8 units or so to the immediate south. It's true, high altitude fitness is beyond that, and certainly has a height component with the climbing gym. But that, I think, is sufficiently removed when you go out there to the site. It's sort of sufficiently removed from the immediate neighborhood context. And I think we're going to have to also consider when this project ultimately, when it's designed and planned, will be coming back to the town, the planning commission, for review and approval. There'll be an opportunity for neighborhood input as well. I think we have to consider those sort of sensitivities kind of ahead of time. That said, again, the plan development approach, if it can be justified, there is an opportunity to establish height standards. So getting back to Councilmember Pollaby's remark or question about that, there could be an opportunity to create a loft type space, for example, on the upper level units. And this is the architect and me speaking right now about this, but.
All right. And so we've already heard that we have at least 2 council members who aren't wedded to a 35-degree height limitation. Right, intimations of that.
Yeah, I think if the project ultimately, when it does come back, assuming it's a planned development, it could propose this is the standard.
Okay. All right. And then if we had larger units to include our toys, that then raises the cost and the price of the unit. Is that
everything costs more? Yeah, it all costs more.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Helms, I didn't hear you jump up and down about the prospect of going higher. Are you ambivalent or just containing your joy?
We struggled to park the number of units that we had now, and so the only way to park more would be to go under structure, and then that additional floor would be taken up by vehicles. So it's just sort of, I'm always open to looking at things. I never sort of say no this early in the state, but it's just parking is the issue.
Necessarily pushing for it. Okay, never mind. Those are all my questions. Any public comment? Seeing none, do you have a public comment, Joe? No.
I won't.
Okay.
I just want support.
Okay.
I just want to say that the site is so small, and to get 12 units on this site, And to add that much housing to our community in this manner is amazing. And I was very skeptical that we were going to get a proposal that could do it. And that we did in the committee. I really would caution adding anything more because it could just tip it over the scales. And to really use this as a learning exercise to what works in our code, what makes this really, really hard to do in our community, because it is really hard to do. And so I think we can learn a lot in going through the process and letting the developer be really collaborative with the planning committee.
Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to close public comment and move into deliberation. Who wants to kick it off? I'll kick it off. I'm ready to approve staff's recommendation.
Second? Was that a motion? What was that? What was
I would like to say a few things.
It was just a balloon.
Before we.
Balloon? Do you have anything to add?
I do.
Please, go for it.
I appreciate my fellow council members' enthusiasm to pushing the limits on this, but having been on that side of the table in trying to make things work financially, I really want to vest my trust in the developer in maximizing their opportunities on this site. As Joan just pointed out, it is such a small site. The fact that they think they can get 12 units out of this is amazing. I don't want to restrict, curtail, set different expectations in any way. I want to try this out, and hopefully it's successful and we can do these crazy things again and keep David coming back. If we can't get him up here, keep him over there. So yeah, I just want to add that flavor to it and throw my enthusiastic support.
I would can I make a comment or two? I'm
Sure.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Appreciate innovative ideas. Again, as Councilmember Pallavi said, that's the theme of tonight, which is great. And I am going to say, and I agree with what you said, Vice Mayor, I think we should move forward. The concern is parking. And again, it's unfortunate that the automobile dictates things. But we just had our Truckee Transit Development Plan come to us at our last council meeting that highlighted that only 2% of households in our community are zero vehicle households. And when we look at the one-bedroom units and we calculate the AMI, we add one. So we're thinking 2 people are probably going to live there when we look at, I know that's not exactly what we're thinking, but, in a way. So thinking about, are there 18, 19 cars there potentially? And so that's partly why I asked the management question, because in conversations, again, I've had with other community members in other apartment complexes, they have management that doesn't do anything, the parking's out of control, everybody has way more cars than they're supposed to in their spots, and that's really hard when you live in a place and you can't find a spot to park when you come home late at night because you work at the hospital. So I appreciate that you're working with the JPA, because I don't want to add more parking. So I think that that's a way to look at it. But it is just something we always have to think about. And I know staff's answer was, lower income housing or affordable housing is not required to have parking, underground parking or garages in the way market rate is. And that's also unfortunate that, sometimes we say, oh, we'll figure it out. People who are already maybe struggling in our community, where do you park? Now you got to shovel your car out in the morning. So again, I don't like that parking is an issue and we want to maximize the space, and I'm happy to move forward, but just always something that's in the back of my mind and thinking about, people and how they live and where they live.
Yeah, and I think I would just add to all of that and say that I agree. I'm not looking to re-engineer any of this stuff. I'm not looking to redesign it. I'm not an architect, and I never will claim to be. And I agree with everything that you both said. And I'm just, trying to make sure that what you guys presented was to achieve a goal of partially winning an RFI, and it was meant to be a very boxed presentation. And now that we're at this point, now that you've proven concept, now that we see what we can get. If there was a design round phase 2, once we award this, I'm just saying, like, let's see what potentially can be done with a really creative architect who I know can put together some pretty impressive work, because I've seen some of his work, to get there, if so desired. And if not, and we're super happy with everything here, great, move forward quickly. I've been a proponent of, like, keep this project on the tracks and move it forward as quickly as possible. So I'm not advocating for delay. I'm just advocating for, the best project we can get with the bucks that we've invested and the team that we now have. And, I fully support where we're headed with this, and whatever the best project we can get out of it is, I'll continue to support that. So motion to approve staff. Right? Did you want to say anything, Councilmember Henderson? Because, man, I'll give you a chance to say something.
I think someone's anxious to move to the
pushing
next
us along
thing.
over here.
No, I have nothing else to say. Thank you for the opportunity.
Move staff's recommendation to partner with Paradigm 8, construction of 12 or more units of workforce housing. I added or more, known as Edmonds Loft, located on Edmonds Drive, and directing staff to negotiate a DDA with the team.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I think he just has to go to the
Passed
bathroom.
unanimous.
No, we didn't. To 1.5%, bringing annual revenue from this tax measure to approximately $3.5 million per year, exclusively for trails. As you're all well aware, and we heard tonight, staff is at capacity. This grant program will help facilitate the dirt trail work identified as a priority by our community by providing resources from Measure U to outside entities for dirt trail implementation.
Danielle, I'm sorry to interrupt. I meant to announce that because of the long agenda, when we get to the last item we're going to cover, which is the development code, we're only going to address the section having to do with by right housing, and we're not going to be talking about mixed use developments or residential densities or the miscellaneous development codes, only by right housing. I'm sorry, Daniel, go back to.
So just to clarify, so
Yeah.
we'll open the public hearing, we'll just do that by right housing, and then we'll continue the public hearing likely for the first meeting or the second meeting in February.
So that'll allow public comments on these other sections that we're not covering tonight at the meeting in the last meeting in February.
So if you wanted to stay for that, you don't have to unless you're interested in the by right housing.
Or just interested in trails and that sort of thing. Just check with staff. Can someone handle that question over there? Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry, Danielle. Go ahead.
So the recommendation for council tonight is to approve the 2025 grant guidelines. The purpose and goal of these guidelines are to facilitate the implementation of priority dirt trail projects through a streamlined administrative process in order to keep staff time minimal while ensuring fiscal responsibility of Measure U tax revenue. So an overview of the program itself, staff recommends that for 2025, a maximum amount of $750,000 in Measure U funding is made available for this program. This equates to approximately 20% of the overall expected revenue and is estimated to fund at least 3 projects with the potential for more, depending on the project applications we receive. I will note here that funding can be used for planning, design, construction, and maintenance of these trail projects, as well as trailheads and trail amenities associated with the proposed trails. The major eligibility criteria for the projects themselves is the proposed trail must be included in the current Trails and Bikeways Master Plan. However, we have included one exception, which is a soft surface trail parallel to the Legacy Trail, as this has been identified by our community in the past as a priority, but it's not specifically included in the Trails and Bikeways Master Plan. Eligible applicants include nonprofit organizations, homeowners associations, and government entities or special districts that can demonstrate relevant experience planning, designing, constructing, and/or maintaining trails in the Truckee-Tahoe region. Applicants will be responsible for obtaining all necessary permits and licenses, such as right-of-way easements, grading permits, environmental permits, etc. And for construction projects, Class A contractors are required to complete the work and must comply with prevailing wage requirements for public works projects. And just to clarify, the trails do have to be within the Trails and Bikeways Master Plan. Like we said, other than the soft surface trail parallel to the Legacy Trail. And there are a few segments that are potentially outside of the town boundaries, but that is okay for the program as it is for Measure U funding. So just a quick overview of the schedule. As you can see on the screen, if things go as planned, the 2025 guidelines will be adopted by resolution tonight, and we will get the call for projects posted next Monday, February 3rd. We are working on a page on the town website specifically for this program, which will house the guidelines and be the main repository for any additional materials or resources for the program. Applicants will have a few weeks to review the guidelines and ask us any questions by February 19th. Any questions that we receive will be compiled, responded to, and posted on the webpage I just mentioned so that all potential applicants are able to access the same information. Project nominations will be due no later than March 14th, and the goal is to bring recommendations for award to council at the April 22nd meeting. However, this will be dependent on the number and complexity of applications that we receive in the first year of the program. So before we can bring those recommendations to council, a small committee of staff from engineering, transportation, community development, and/or facilities will review and evaluate all the applications that we receive. The applications will be scored based on the criteria up here on the screen. To start things off, the application must meet the eligibility requirements and align with the goals and policies in the Trails and Bikeways Master Plan. Trails are prioritized in the Trails and Bikeways Master Plan, and the higher the priority of the proposed trail, the better score the application will receive. We hope that this will encourage applicants to propose the highest priority projects first. The scoring will also take into account the operational capacity and relevant experience of the applicant. The project budget must be clear, realistic, and fully funded. And then additional points can be earned for providing match funds, leveraging outside funds, and for demonstrating alignment with goals and policies in the 2040 general plan. For construction projects, adequate permitting and land tenure will also be evaluated to ensure that projects are truly shovel ready. Okay, just a couple slides left. Once award recommendations have been made and approved by council, successful grantees will be required to enter into an agreement with the town outlining requirements such as a detailed scope of work, project schedule including major milestones and timely use of funds, prevailing wage requirements, procurement requirements, and anything else that we feel necessary to include here. The agreement template is under development and will be presented to council as part of the grant award recommendations.
Thank you.
All right, so we are trying to keep this as simple as possible, but for proper oversight, we will require quarterly progress reports to accompany reimbursement requests. If no work has been done and there's nothing to report, that's a simple email saying no work has been done would be sufficient. We're not trying to make people jump through hoops. Once reimbursement requests are submitted, to the town with appropriate backup documentation, they will be reviewed and payments will be issued within 30 days of acceptance. And then a final delivery report, including photos, will be required within 6 months of project completion so that we can keep track of all the exciting things that we are doing with the trails tax funding. All right, so the recommended action tonight is that Town Council adopt Resolution 2025-13, thereby approving the 2025 Truckee Dirt Trail Grant Program guidelines.
Hey, Danielle, could you go back to the exhibit that had the red circles on it? I want to try to. So there was a number of questions in the council questions related to this program being eligible for trails outside of the town limits. And I know that's a topic the Trails Foundation is interested in. So what that language is about is every place you see a little red circle on this exhibit is a location where there's a short segment of trail for connectivity purposes that's in our Trails and Bikeways Master Plan, but that is outside of the town limits. So an example is the airport. There's some short sections of dirt trail in here that are on airport district property. Airport district's in unincorporated Nevada County outside of the town limits. There's some short sections of trail that are in Placer County, like along the Legacy Trail. And then there's a number of trails that stub out right at the town limit that the town boundary may not be the right spot for that trail to end. It could be a few hundred yards into unincorporated Nevada County to have a logical physical termination point. So I just wanted to clarify that that's the intent of allowing some of this funding to be eligible for work outside of the town limits. It's not for building multiple miles of trail out in the Forest Service that is not a part of our current Trails and Bikeways Master Plan. It was really intended to make sure we didn't have a limitation where you'd fund a project that would have a 200-foot long gap in the middle of it because it was outside of town limits and we couldn't fund it because we prohibited that with our grant guidelines. So there seemed to be a little bit of maybe, I don't know if it was confusing language in the program, but there were definitely some questions around that. So I wanted to clarify what the deal is with that. So that's it.
Thank you. So let's start with for council questions, let's start with one of our bike specialists down at the end of the row here, Council Member Pallavi.
No questions from me, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll go to our next biking specialist, Council Member Henderson.
Thank you. So just to confirm, development, planning, development, construction, and maintenance, you said as well, right? Okay, perfect. And those short sections of trail, Dan, that you were just referring to, so per the program guidelines, any funding would still have to be, for any of those short segments, they're already identified in the Bikeway Master.
Yeah, that's a prerequisite. It's got to be in the Bikeway Master Plan.
That's it. Thank you.
I do have a question. Sorry, Mayor. So sorry. I forgot my one question. Was there an ongoing maintenance requirement?
We asked them in the application to detail what their plan would be. It doesn't necessarily mean that they would be requesting the funding from us. They could, but yes, we do require a plan for the maintenance.
A plan for the maintenance. Great. Thank you.
Good question. Council Member
I'm ready.
Yeah, okay. Another bike lover, okay.
Who doesn't love bikes in Truckee? Quick confirmation that the idea is that we would adopt these, run through this first grant cycle, and then explore if we want to continue it or not. Yep, okay. And then the other question, does staff envision that there would be a timeline that you have to expend the funds by? Like if somebody puts in for maintenance, could they say, I'm going to use this fund over the next 10 years, or is this envisioned to be shorter term?
I could jump in on that. So I think for construction or project development activities, we would want to establish a reasonable schedule. I think, we know that sometimes schedules need to extend because of extenuating circumstances. So we would want to be flexible with that, I think, as long as there's diligent progress being made on a given project. I think as it relates to maintenance, this is another, I think we should be open to considering, if part of the proposal is for the maintenance of the trail to be funded, to be performed by the implementing party. But if part of the request is that we fund like the first 10 years or 15 years, that we should be open to that kind of a proposal.
Okay, thank you.
So I think we're all kind of focused on maintenance. We've just had some housing maintenance issues. So Do we have any levers with, okay, we gave you this money to build this trail, it's not being well maintained, or is that just, we're gonna have to manage that?
So I think that depends on, I mean, if the proposal is we will perform the maintenance and you will reimburse us for it, that's obviously a financial lever where if they're not doing it, we wouldn't provide the reimbursement. Question is if they promise to do it and then kind of go out of business or whatever, that's at this point, it's a bridge we would have to cross when we get there.
Is that a criteria that we could add to the evaluation of like the longevity of the organization to help with that concern of the maintenance, or is that outside of our?
I'm not sure if it's a requirement. It may be one of those, part of the review process would be kind of what's your demonstrated capacity to perform a project like this or to provide the service that you're suggesting you're providing. So a entity that's been around for 15 or 20 years that has lots of experience there, that would be probably looked at differently than one that's just formed, as an example. So
That's exactly what I'm getting at. Thank you, Dan. Could this funding also include money to install bike repair or support stations, or is it just dirt trails?
If those types of facilities were proposed as an amenity to the dirt trail?
Sure.
Sure. Yep.
Thank you.
Just so I understand, you said that those little stubs where the red circles are, that's just to create a logical turnaround point in the trail?
No, it's so that there's some sections of trail that are in our plan where there's short segments that are outside of our political jurisdiction.
Yeah, there's the airport one. I have that.
Yeah.
Clear. The others are the small circles.
Yeah, so the smaller circles, that's where the trails plan shows a trail that that stops right at the town limit. And when you go out in the field and you look at actually putting this trail in, whether the geographic town boundary is the most logical spot to tie that in, versus potentially one side or the other of that line. There's a physical feature that makes sense to tie into. We wanted to have flexibility to do that should it be outside of the town limit, if that makes sense.
That's where my question's going. Is this for a turnaround spot or to tie in with another trail?
It's more the latter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think if it's just a turnaround spot, we can put that in the town limits.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Okay. So each one of those round circles, or virtually all of them, is near a trail on Forest Service land mostly, right?
It's generally a trail that's shown in our Trails and Bikeways master plan that, for graphical purposes, currently terminates right at the town limit. And when you go out in the field to actually figure out where to build that, you might be like, gee, a better place to tie that in is a few hundred yards into Nevada County or Placer County because it ties into an existing trail.
And my concern is getting into a runaway trail system where the town is funding dirt trails outside of town.
Right.
Even before it does inside.
Right. And that's the beauty of the town council being the ones who would ultimately approve these grant agreements.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then as I understood the answers to some of the questions, one of the beauties of this system, by using a nonprofit, it's not going to hold up what are actually higher priority concerns for the town based on what's in the master plan and our safety concerns. Okay, I'm getting a nod from Danielle.
I think actually that is accurate, but I also think it's us trying to respond what we've heard from the community in support of the sales tax measures to advance trails, that it helps advance them quicker in responding to that. And I just think that's an important thing to note.
Right. Right. I was just thinking in terms of priorities, And I want to make sure we're not skewing our priorities. And then the guidelines said something about demonstrating a project needing to demonstrate consistency with the goals of the TBMP. And I was wondering about, and the question was, how about if we simply say the project must comply with the TBMP, simply to get a little more specificity. It's clear, easier to implement. And then there's the business with the soft surface trail. I think staff's response is the soft surface trail is not in the master plan right now, but we want to be able to do it, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And then also, there's a line in there about the town encouraging projects that also align with the general plan. And when asked, whether the projects, essentially, don't the projects already have to comply with the general plan? The response was yes. I was wondering, the way staff responded was all projects would need to be consistent with the general plan. Would it be okay, does staff have any objection to using that language instead of saying we encourage alignment with the general plan? That's,
Yeah,
I saw a thumbs
works.
up. Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you. Good. It's time for public comment. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. I'm Paco Lindsay. I'm a longtime Truckee resident. I'm also the Vice President at the Truckee Trails Foundation. I'm really excited about this. I mean, I can't tell you how excited I am for this thing. It's a big go. I've been up on this podium many times in the last 25 years talking about trails. I remember when the town first had the money to do the first master plan, it's just so cool to see stuff happening and to see all these trails come to fruition. I think about when Truckee had basically no trails, and now I think about all the connectivity we have, and this is real exciting. I'm really glad to see too that since the map's still up there, I mean, that clarified for me one of the questions I did have coming in tonight. I just wanted to make sure that all the trails that are built to be built are within the master plan and within not just within the town limits. Because as you guys know, I was a campaign manager for Measure R and Measure U, and I asked citizens to vote yes on those measures, with the promise that the money would stay in the town, basically, and would build dirt trails that were for everybody. And so I'm just really excited to see that. That clarified a lot of my questions I had. That it's going to build or maintain new trails. Because I'm looking at the map again, looking at the trails master plan again. If I count it correctly, there's 17 trails in there that haven't been built yet. And then we add in the super much needed dirt trail on the Legacy Trail. That makes 18. So I'm just really excited for this thing. And I just, again, having my old campaign hat on, I just feel a big responsibility to the citizens that we follow that. And I think this is going to do it. So I want to just, say, let's get this thing going. Being on the Truckee Trails Foundation, something I'm really proud of. We came out of the original master plan in 2002. It specified a nonprofit would pop up to advocate for the trails plan. So it's been 20, if my math's correct, been 23 years now that Truckee Trails has been doing what we do. Allison Pelly, our director, is here. So I'm just really excited that this is happening, and I'm hoping that Truckee Trails can be a part of it. Because as you probably know, for the last a good 10 years minimum, we've been building a lot of dirt trails on Forest Service land, some on the land trust land just within the region, and we've done some work within town. So I'm just really excited for this to go forward. So I say vote yes for it, and let's start building some trails. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll make this quick. I just want to echo what Paco said. We build on average 5 miles of new trail for the entire community every single year. I'm really excited to kind of shift away from the Forest Service a bit more towards the town, because there are trails that are all about connectivity for pedestrians and bicycles, and really kind of helping more and more get cars off the roads and more people finding ways to get from one place to another on dirt trails. And my just final comment is that, with all this time we're saving you by applying for these and building these trails for you, maybe we can get an amendment to the master plan. Just as an aside, there's 2 cute kids on the cover of the existing master plan, cute little kids. Those are mine, and they're both in college now. So I think it's time. Would really love to see that. We're going to really rip through these trails and then be ready for more. Thank you so much.
Who would like to kick off deliberation?
You're not going to ask us for a motion already? Jeez, I'm ready to move.
No, you heard me. There are some wordsmithing I'd like to do.
I bet you would.
2 things.
You get in there. Wordsmith it up.
Okay. And I led into it. I set it up with my staff questions. So I want to find out what my fellow council members think about changing language to make it more specific in terms of needing to comply with the bike and master plan instead of just be aligned. That's one change. And then it's the same idea with the general plan, having it be actually just declarative. All projects would need to be consistent with the natural plan instead of saying we encourage you to comply with the master plan.
Steph's fine with those.
I just need to find out if my colleagues up here are
I'm
fine with those.
Should I make a motion?
I'm fine with those. I could also make a motion.
Okay. Motion?
Adopt resolution 2025-13 with Mayor Zabrisky's amendments, thereby approving the 2025 Dirt Trail Grant Program guidelines.
I will second.
And we're rolling the Legacy Trail soft surface trail into the
That's part of
the
it.
guidelines. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It passes unanimously. Better, Dave? Is that good? Okay. Thank you. Okay, moving right along. 7.4 is the Truckee Tourism Business Improvement District Renewal Update.
Good evening again, Mayor and council members.
Good evening.
I'm Carissa Binkley, Economic Vitality Program Analyst, and we'll be talking through the Truckee Tourism Business Improvement District Renewal Update. So just as a little background, Truckee Tourism Business Improvement District, also known as TBID, is a self-assessment by our lodging properties in Truckee. The town uses its taxing authority to collect on behalf of the TBID, and the funds are restricted to uses that provide a special benefit to the assessed properties, as specified in the Management District Plan. And the current assessment rate is 1.25%. A little history on TBID. It was originally formed in 2015 here in Truckee with a 5-year term, renewed again in 2020 for a 5-year term, and the current TBID expires June 30th of this year. And a TBID Management District Plan, as I mentioned previously, is the governing document. It specifies the assessment rate, governance, and activities that may be funded. And the 2025-2035 Draft Management District Plan has a handful of changes. As part of the renewal process, we're looking at what changes between the VTT board, town staff would make sense. And the changes that are currently proposed that are substantive would be the assessment remaining at 1.25%. There was talk and negotiations at one point of potentially changing that, but it's going to is being proposed to stay at 1.25. It will, the current MDP language will stay where it allows for adjustments possible with approval from town council. It is proposed to increase the length of the T-bid from 5 years to 10 years. The budget, there's no substantive changes here. I just wanted to point out the new number. It is a growth from the prior T-bid, just showing the success that VTT has had. Annual service plan is adjusted where this depicts how the funds will be spent. So it will reflect a 2% decrease in tourism enhancement and a 2% increase in administration, and an addition of an at-large seat added to their board of directors. So nothing from staff's perspective, these were not giant changes, but just want to make sure that town council is aware of what is being proposed. And just to review the entire T-bid renewal process, so we are nearly complete finalizing the MDP updates. Next, there will be a petition of all the T-bid payors led by Visit Truckee Tahoe, requiring signatures from the payors representing more than 50% of the district's projected revenue. Then a T-bid resolution of intent to renew will need to be adopted by town council, followed by the town clerk issuing a notice of public meeting and a notice of public hearing dates. Town council will then hold a public meeting to allow public comment regarding renewal, and town council will hold a public hearing and adopting a resolution of formation. And with that, our recommended action is to receive an update on the Truckee Tourism Business Improvement District renewal process and provide direction to staff to continue the T-bid renewal process.
Questions, starting with Council Member Romack.
No questions.
Vice Mayor Klofstad.
No questions.
Council Member Henderson.
No questions, thank you.
Council Member Pauloving. Okay, any public comment? No? So let's move on to deliberation. Council Member Romack.
I'm in support of this. We received the update, and I think they're doing a great job. I support going to the 10 years. I think that's a great idea, too, to keep it consistent and provide long-term planning ability. That's all I have.
And Vice Mayor Klofstad.
Yeah, I'm in support. It's good to see the success of the work that you're doing. You probably know the only thing I want to see more of is the sustainable community and sustainable tourism certification ultimately. I know you guys are working on a lot of things, and that's on the horizon, so I look forward to seeing more of that and supporting the T-bid.
I guess I enjoyed seeing that Wall Street Journal article, and then glad to see the answer on why we would move to a 10-year span instead of a 5-year span. That was very helpful. And I agree with Vice Mayor Klofstad. I really like to see more on sustainability. I believe we discussed this before. At this point in time, there's a need to shift funds to attracting more attendance, if you will, and I appreciate that. Councilmember Henderson.
I'm in support, and Colleen, I just wanted to say thank you for all that you do. You work so incredibly hard, and liaising with all of the different organizations, and there's so much that goes into it. So thank you. I'm definitely in support of moving forward.
Just want to let you all know that by moving to 10 years, we are relieving a work plan item in 5 years. And so we're trying to reduce staff resources as well so that there's more time for our amazing staff to work on other things. That's one of the other benefits of moving to 10 years. So just wanted to be clear about that. And yeah, I think everything you guys have said, VTT is on a great track. Just always going to be a little bit of up and down and balancing of the budget. To make sure that we're hitting all the goals of that MDP over the next 10 years. So we'll continue to react to market and work within the market to separate ourselves via a lot of the sustainability initiatives that VTT's going to continue to work on. Just to also be clear, we have kind of abandoned the whole like formal certification thing. I think we made that clear to you in a previous report, but I do want to be clear again so there isn't a misunderstanding that there isn't a formal mountain town standard certification in the near term horizon, at least for the next 3 years. So I just want to make sure that you're clear on that.
I did understand that, but
Okay.
I'm really hoping that it's still on the horizon.
It could be, yeah. I mean, I think we'll see what happens, and maybe those standards will also adapt and evolve too as time changes as well. So I think,
Since you opened the door on that, can you go ahead and elaborate on why you've abandoned it and whether there's whether you might return to it later? Or why
I would
the
say it's
organization
kind of a work plan and I mean, Colleen, yeah, you're welcome to answer that, but I mean, primarily it was a work plan, resource intensive initiative that didn't quite meet the needs of the organization within the budget that we had. If we were a $10 million NTCA and we had 15 staff and we were able to pursue that certification in some different channels in a more robust way, I think it is a more opportunistic type of thing that we could have achieved at that time. And currently we're working with 2.5 employees.
Thank you. I
Yeah,
have it.
just a resource issue at that point. So,
do we have a motion? Oh, we're just receiving an update. We don't need a motion.
Yeah, we don't need a motion on this.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other comments from the council? No. Thank you very much, Carissa. Thank you, VDD. Thank you, Colleen.
As Carissa pointed out, this will be coming back 3 more times to council over the next few months, so you'll be hearing more on this as we go through the process.
Now we are up to 7.5. So for
We were going to take 7.6 first.
7.6. Yes. Reusable drinkware funding. That's why Melanie's up there. Okay.
Yeah. Good evening, Council. Nice to meet with you all again. Just to briefly reintroduce myself, my name is Belen, and I'm the Civic Spark Fellow with the Keep Truckee Green team. And I'm going to be sharing on our proposed reusable takeout drinkware expansion. So for some background, waste and litter reduction has been a long-standing priority of both our Truckee community and of Town Council. And in the past few years, we have adopted several ordinances that have supported both the reduction of single-use plastic and other waste, while increasing the adoption of reusables in our local businesses. So we've banned the sale and distribution of styrofoam, required that in-house dining have reusable foodware options. We have implemented a 25-cent fee on takeout containers, and required that accessory foodware items like forks and straws be provided only upon request. In addition, to support the implementation of these past ordinances and make reusables more prevalent in Truckee, we have operated the Green Box program since 2017. Customers are also, or Truckee community members are also always welcome to bring their own cups or food containers to businesses in Truckee to avoid that 25-cent fee, but they have the option of using Green Box at any of the 9 participating businesses as well for added convenience. The program currently has over 2,000 boxes in circulation and has saved over 70,000 single-use boxes from the landfill. Since we began the program nearly 8 years ago, we've tried on several occasions to conduct more business outreach and get more restaurants and businesses on board with the program, but we've just kind of found that it has reached a max level of interest in added participation. But we would still like to offer more services to the Truckee community that make reusables adoption more accessible, that simplify the process, and just make it overall more available and convenient. One additional small barrier with the Green Box program is that customers need to remember their containers. They need to wash it at home, and every time they go to the restaurant, make sure that they bring it along with them. So with these small barriers in mind with the program, it led to us exploring potential third parties that offer reusables program that could fill these gaps and reduce staff workload, as managing the Green Box program is, the marketing, the business outreach, the securing of the containers, that's all managed by the Keep Truckee Green staff, and limits a little bit the potential for expansion. So we put out an RFI in January of 2024 and received responses from 2 businesses, Bowie Reusables, which offers foodware and drinkware, and Okapi, which has only drinkware in stainless steel and glass options. To understand more about the program models and what support they would need from staff, how they would fit into Truckee, including some of our challenges, such as being a tourist-heavy community, we met with each of them. And from there, we developed a business outreach plan to understand our business interest in joining either of the programs. We developed some informational material to pass on to business owners that explained the program format of each company, the operating costs, what supplies would be involved, and what product offering each program consisted of. We sent out several emails, we did phone calls, and really the business outreach was the trickiest part of this whole process. It's hard to catch a business owner at the right time, and ultimately setting up an in-person visit was most successful. And over the span of roughly 2 months, we ended up with 7 businesses that stated that they would potentially be interested in joining the Okapi program. Some points that businesses not interested in joining sharing is that some restaurants just don't really offer many to-go options, especially drinks, so it just didn't really make sense to join a program. A lot of our businesses already have a strong culture of customers bringing their own reusables, and it seemed like a bit of a high workload to integrate a program like this for a low customer return, given what the culture they already have. There were some concerns over added inventory storage space, the potential added dishwashing load, and specifically for Bowie, because though it was a high quality plastic that handles completely fine at high temperatures, there was some business owner concern over having a hot drink in a plastic cup and how customers would respond to that. And restaurants that serve food, they're really particular in how they choose to present their food, while drinks is a lot more standardized. It's a lot more straightforward, and the stainless steel and glass options with Okapi were just a better fit. And probably the biggest thing with Okapi is also the fact that we have 3 cafes in Truckee which independently joined the program in the last year and a half. So Wild Cherries and the 2 coffee bar locations in Truckee. And so businesses that now choose to join the program won't be having to take that first step in testing a program, seeing how it works. We have numbers, we have positive feedback from both of the participating businesses. And Coffee Bar also actually has all of their locations on board with the program. So although in Truckee we only see 2, they're available all across Reno. They're at North Star, they're at Palisade. So it's really a bigger network that additional cafes would be joining. A little more on the Okapi model. They currently operate in the San Francisco Bay Area, in Reno, Tahoe, Portland, and Seattle. And any cup checked out from a participating cafe can be returned to any other participating cafe within the network. Their drinkware options for the stainless steel, there's 3 sizes, 8, 12, and 16 ounces. And for glass as well, 16, 20, and 24 ounces. The costs here are just their standard operating costs, so unsubsidized. And for customers, they pay a $10 one-time membership fee and then download an app. And on the app, they're able to borrow up to 2 cups at a time. And when you go to a cafe, you simply scan a QR code they have on the counter, show your barista, I checked out 1 or 2 cups, they confirm that, make the order, and you're good to go. So there's no added hardware for the participating cafes. And customers then have 2 weeks to return the cup, or they're charged $15 per lost cup. Though Okapi doesn't charge this fee for 4 weeks in reality, and a customer does get continual notifications to return the cup, so it's really a bit longer. And for businesses, they pay $100 for those initial cafe materials, the cup inventory, and the management by Okapi to ensure that cup stock is maintained month by month. And then they also pay a $25 per month fee afterwards. In the other jurisdictions that Okapi has partnered with, they do rely on this outside support to get that initial network-wide success. And they've seen that most cafes in the program save around 500 to 2,000 cups per year. With our 2 existing cafes in Truckee, they've saved roughly 1,200 cups in the last year, just for some numbers locally. Our proposal would consist of $2,400 for each cafe that signs on between March 2025 to March 2026. The funding would cover that initial $100 of in-cafe materials and the first 3 months of the $25 per month membership fees. In addition, so that $2,400 supports the Okapi staff time to get each of the cafes onboarding, their training visits to get cafe employees familiar with the program, their monthly cup rebalancing, and their promotions and marketing for the program. Part of the promotions and marketing, one thing I forgot to mention is we also would like to reimburse the 3 already participating Truckee locations in the same way, so $2,400 plus 3 months of the $25 per month, just to re-incentivize their participation and make sure that they also get added support from the supplemental marketing and outreach that Okapi will now participate in. In a part of the promotions that we would like to offer is to subsidize up to 1,000 reduced price customer memberships, offering a promotion code for $9 off the membership fee. So there will still be a $1 buy-in to incentivize a little bit of added participation in the program. However, since a credit card is required to join, we propose providing a few additional promo codes for customers without access to a credit card to still join the program. So we'd like to cover 200 full accounts for underserved community members, and we plan to partner with Sierra Community House and other community organizations to distribute those promo codes. So that, again, is the full $10 and any potential lost cup fees for those memberships. One other bonus of this kind of funding proposal is that this would just be a direct contract with Okapi, so there will not be any staff workload in setting up each contract with participating locations. We just have our one agreement with Okapi, and then they take care of each agreement and needs of the cafes. One other thing that we heard from cafes during our business outreach is that some of them feel like it is a concern that they will be adding more dishwashing load in their cafes. So we recommend offering some funding to support the installation or upgrade of dishwashing equipment to wash and sanitize the reusable drinkware. We previously offered a dishwashing grant in March of 2024 to support the single-use foodware reduction ordinance, which required restaurants to have reusable foodware for in-house dining. However, given that dine-in is not a large percentage of most coffee shops' service, there were no cafes that applied for that initial dishwashing funding. So we would like to reopen that grant so eligible cafes could receive up to $1,000 in reimbursement for the dishwashing equipment and up to $500 for dishwashing chemicals. From our outreach, we realistically think only a handful of cafes are likely to need the dishwashing funding. However, our proposed budget ensures that full grant funding is available to all 15 cafes in Truckee, just so that it's available in the case there is more interest. Okapi also collects data on program operations and will be able to share back with the town a couple metrics like the list of participating cafes, how many reusable containers are used, how many single-use foodware containers we divert from the landfill, the return rate of the checked out containers, how many customers sign up for the program, the number of orders, and frequency of use. They will also be able to give us feedback from the cafes and customers via their engagement and satisfaction surveys, and they're continuously analyzing methods to increase the adoption and improve satisfaction with the program that they will also be bringing back to us. For a rough timeline of implementation, pending approval of our proposal, we would execute the contract with Okapi in the next 2 months in March and open the dishwashing grant. And then over the course of the next year, Okapi will set up contracts and onboard cafes. And we anticipate as more cafes are signed up, more cafes will be interested. And so this will likely take the course of the year. That dishwashing grant application will close at year end in December, and those grant reimbursements documents will be due March of next year. And over the course of the full 2 years, town staff, we will promote Okapi not exclusively, like not in a purely Okapi promoting event, but for instance, when Truckee Thursdays reinitiate, we will definitely have those promo codes out, talk about the program, share how there's more opportunities for Truckee community members to use reusables in the community. So ongoing, we will also do some town tabling. And in the second year of our agreement, we will have some funding set aside to continue with just some marketing and outreach support. So our recommended action would be that council approve the reusable drinkware funding program with Okapi Reusables to support the launch of a reusable drinkware return system at Truckee businesses, and that we approve the Town of Truckee dishwashing grant for Truckee restaurants participating in the Okapi reusable drinkware program. Thank you, and let me know if you have questions for either Mel or I.
Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Nice presentation, great staff report. Let's start with Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. I do have a few questions. So just to confirm, 7 of the 30 businesses said they were actually interested in participating. Did I read that right?
For now, some of them, they just didn't have the capacity at the moment that we talked to them. And so the fact that this is open for a year, we definitely think that some of the ones that just weren't in the moment will be able to join on. Those also weren't all cafes. Like the 30 that we reached out, a lot of them were restaurants that serve food, and we're just not going in that direction right now. It was a little too new, I would say.
Okay. And so the town is going to pay each, I'm just going to say cafe, recognizing that might be a little broader or not. So the town will pay each cafe $2,400 sort of when they sign up. That's not including if they want the dishwashing grant, for example, right?
No, they would apply
separately. And Okapi has said that each cafe saves roughly 500 to 2,000 cups, for disposable cups per year, per location.
Yeah.
Which is a big range.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So just check me on my math here then. If it's, let's say it's only the $2,400, not the dishwasher funding, I'm not even including the marketing funding that was delineated. We save 500 cups per year at that location. We're paying about $5 per disposable cup saved. Right?
Yeah.
And if it's 2,000 cups saved, then we're paying significantly less per disposable cup saved. I'm trying to
just to clarify, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No,
that's
okay.
in 1 year.
Okay.
So the compounding effect year after year.
Okay.
If they stay on the program.
If they stay on the program.
Right.
Right. Okay.
And the intent is really just to have this be startup funding to help introduce this program widespread across Truckee, with the hope that it is adopted widely and continues year after year after we stop funding support.
And so the intention would be to stop funding support.
Correct. This is we're
Versus some of our
anticipating
other-
this as a 2-year funding to get it started in Truckee.
versus many of our other programs, which are sort of pilots, and then we kind of revisit them and maybe we fund them more. Yeah?
We do really intend to, like, in year 2, only cover the marketing and promotional costs, just so that it doesn't fizzle out for some reason. But yeah, because there's also already that existing network effect, we would anticipate that newly joining cafes, that they see higher numbers that Wild Cherries and Coffee Bar did in their first year of joining the program. We also see a lot of tourists that come here from the Bay Area, and Okapi is based out of the Bay Area. I think perhaps they even have marketing potential to kind of link it as a, hey, we go on vacation, you can still join Okapi. So I don't know, there's little things there.
Okay. And I'm just asking about some of the costs, just to understand sort of the costs that we're paying per disposable cup saved. And I understand I'm only talking about direct costs, not indirect costs, like, you know, a stainless steel cup used 300 times saves X amount of tonnage and greenhouse gas emissions. But if we include that $2,400 per cafe, if they also need the $1,500 for dishwasher and dishwasher fluids or chemicals, whatever, and the marketing divided across the 15 total cafes, right, 12 plus the 3, then we could be spending upwards of $8.50 to save one disposable.
I haven't done that exact math.
I mean, okay. I'll leave my questions there, I guess, and probably have thoughts for deliberation.
I think just one clarification, the $2,400 per cafe isn't going directly to the cafe. It's covering their $100 initial sign-up fee and then 3 months of the $25 per month membership fee. The remaining portion of that $2,400 is going towards staff time for rebalancing cups, training, onboarding, marketing, and things like that. So it is $2,400 per month, but it's funding Okapi's operations mostly.
Right, but it still costs to basically take disposable cups out of circulation, right? So if we look at the direct costs associated with that, based on their own math of 500 to 2,000 cups saved per location, if we had to do the dishwasher grant and including the marketing costs, all the costs you've delineated, it could be anywhere from basically $1.20 to $8.50 per one disposable cup saved.
I think some other feedback.
Well, go ahead.
Some other feedback we got from the participating cafes was that they actually saw an increase in customers bringing their own cup as well since joining Okapi, just because it instilled a larger culture of reuse into the cafe, and it made reuse more prevalent and kind of in your face right there at the register, talking about reuse a lot more. So I think it has that larger cultural effect as well, which we're trying to strive towards.
Sure. Yeah, it absolutely could. I'm not arguing that. Okay. That's it for questions for me.
Councilmember or Vice Mayor Klofstad.
I do have just a couple questions. At what intervals does Okapi provide the data on the number of cups used and the estimate of number of cups saved?
We haven't gotten into that detail with them yet, but in their previous contracts, I think it was quarterly.
And is that something that could be added to the town's dashboard we track?
I think it's a good idea. We could look into that.
And are either of you users of the app? Because I just downloaded it to see what it looks like. You are? Do they notify you when you're getting close to your 2 weeks and you need to bring your cup back? Just off question.
I haven't gotten to that point, but I do know that they send a lot of emails. They're very communicative before they get to the point of charging the lost cup fee. They've said that they're very lenient on that, and they really mostly want the cups back. So they're very communicative when you get to that time frame.
And I know that you've had conversations with Coffee Bar and Wild Cherries on this. Do they have any indication or show any indication that this is something that they think they're going to phase out?
No, because when I was doing the initial outreach, I reached out to them to see if they would be interested in helping me kind of promote it to other cafes, and they didn't have that capacity, but they both only shared positive feedback. Coffee Bar spoke to how they have it at all of their locations. Yeah, I really was only told positive experiences for both their onboarding and their just general experience on the program.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Romack.
So just on the costs, so we would pay $2,400 per cafe, which covers, again, basically $175 for the $100 startup and then $25 per month for 3 months. So it's really $2,200 for the marketing, the cup rebalancing, onboarding. I guess how much that just seems like a lot. And I guess how, like when Coffee Bar signed up, are they only paying the $100 startup fee and $25 per month, or are they paying more than that? And that's where that extra money is coming in. Sorry, not very clear, but just trying to understand. To your point, yes, where is that $2,200 additional? I get where it's going to, but if we didn't do it and it was just open to the free market, would the cafes have to pay that whole amount themselves?
Yes. So Okapi has a couple different models for how they operate. And in most of their areas where they operate, they have this outside funding to keep the costs low for businesses. So right now, the participating cafes are only paying that $25 a month, but it's a very low volume of participation. They don't need staff time for rebalancing cups, for onboarding and training and continuous marketing. They haven't done a lot of marketing at all to expand because they don't have that capacity here. So we're adding, the funding we're providing would be providing that capacity to expand into a larger network in Truckee.
Okay, thank you.
The staff report has a lot of creativity and seemed to anticipate a lot of situations. I especially appreciate the scope of work summary table near the end. That was a nice encapsulation of everything that came before. I'm trying to understand just the basic motivation, which is old news maybe to you. Why do people just forget their travel mug when they go to the coffee bar? And then the Okapi sitting there on the counter? Is that how we get people wrapped into the program?
That's part of it. Another piece of the model is a lot of people now order online and just go to pick it up, so you don't have to wait in line. So with this type of a program, you can order ahead in a Okapi cup, and then your drink is ready when you arrive. So that's an important piece of the model as well.
Okay, those are my important questions. Are we ready for deliberation?
I think you would have to open public comment first.
I'm sorry. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, now we're ready for deliberation. Councilmember Pallavi.
This is great. Let's proceed.
Councilmember
I'm
Henderson.
super out of it and tired and yeah, kind of done.
Any thoughts, Councilmember Henderson?
Yeah, I like it conceptually. It certainly aligns with our council goals. But when I'm looking at the direct costs, it does have me concerned. I feel like we're not necessarily always talking about outcomes enough, like what we're going to get for what we're actually spending. And I think we talked a little bit about that in the context of hiring a consultant for $85,000. This is actually very similar in terms of funding level to develop a single heat pump measure rebate offering, like just to develop the program criteria around that without even the rebate investment. So I'm a little concerned that we're not articulating, this is exactly the outcome we're going to get. How many heat pumps we're going to get installed for that, or exactly how many disposable cups we're going to take out of Truckee by doing this. And that has me concerned when we're $85,000 here, $85,000 there. So I do like it conceptually, but I guess I'll wait to hear from my fellow council members because I'm worried that we're not talking about the outcomes enough. Or saying, we'll see what and I get it, because earlier today we also, sorry, I was about to be done, but I'm not quite. We're willing to take a risk and see what we get with some of these projects, the catalyst sites. But these, I think, are more definitive in a way. We know what the costs are. I think we should be able to pinpoint better what the outcomes are for our community and what our taxpayers are getting for the tax dollars that we're spending.
So what is the missing information?
I think some of the missing, I think it's a conversation of what exactly are we getting? How many cups are we taking, are we being able to remove by doing this?
Yes. Let me go to Vice Mayor Klofstad.
I think the real value of this program is that it's something that OCOPI's doing and not our staff. I think that's why we're paying this, because otherwise, with the Green Box program, it was a huge staff investment. And it continues to be as they described. So that's the value that we're getting, and you're equating it to 1 year's return, whereas the expectation is this is going to carry on. So I'm very excited about this program. I think our staff does an amazing job researching all options and really thinking things through. So I very much so value and appreciate that. We're so fortunate that we have a couple of places that already have this in play, and we have some actual valid data to refer back to. So I just wanted to bring that to the forefront, that I think the value here is that it is not our staff time doing it like it was for the green boxes.
Councilmember Rumstead.
I like it. Every week it's different. I agree with Councilmember Klofstad, and it makes me think back to a lot of our other items tonight again, of finding opportunities to accomplish more goals without using our staff time. I think I'm still struggling with this 2,400 number, because I guess I'm seeing, if we said our intention is we're ending this program, are our cafes still only going to have to pay, once we stop funding, $25 per month? But then it seems like we're paying OCOPI a lot to start. I guess that's what I'm just struggling with, because if it's 15 cafes join, then they're getting 36,000, and it's 2635 in what we're covering of our businesses. So it seems like we're paying a lot for them to just start it up. And if they can do it in the year after we're done for only $25 a month, why are we giving them so much up front? I guess I'm just still struggling with that. I don't know if you have a specific answer of how you settled on that 2,400. And again, I know it's late and belabor this too much, but that's what I'm still struggling with. But I would be okay for the reasons outlined moving forward. So maybe don't answer it. Just know that I don't know.
No, let's take some time, because we don't need the misconception that we're spending money without noticeable outcomes. And in some of these cases, we aren't going to be able to tell you how many cups we're going to save until we see. We just can't. We can report back how many we saved once it's implemented. They have some metrics to estimate, but we're not going to be able to give you a precise number going into the program.
Can we at least set goals? Because how do we hold ourselves accountable to any goals when we don't have any that we're trying to achieve?
So I think you do have goals you're trying to achieve. You're trying to achieve keeping single-use foodware items out, or single-use foodware items out of landfills. So that's the goal. This is paying for the startup costs for the businesses. So why they pay less afterwards is because they've already gone through the marketing, the onboarding, the training, all of that. And that's pretty natural with any new product you bring into a store that has a service model. And once businesses get on there and we get the reports back, then we can come back and say, you've reported we saved 500 cups from the 2 businesses that participated in the first quarter. are these aligned with where you would like to be or not? I think we can have that conversation when we have some real data points, but right now we just kind of be projecting off of what they've experienced in other markets.
Thank you. My apologies, Councilmember Romack. I'll just say
No worries.
Councilmember Lindsay A. or whatever. Just the okay. So this is an interesting conversation, but I'll try not to belabor it. I agree with Councilmember Henderson. It would be nice to know if really this is a good investment. That's certainly the way I felt at the beginning. I've always kind of felt ambivalent about foodware and the drinkware, the reusable, just because of the cost and the return in terms of the reduction in greenhouse gases. But Melanie made the point, and Vice Mayor Klovstad has made the point as well, that we're actually trying to influence a culture shift, just getting people into the habit of using reusables. And so that's an intangible value, and it reflects a philosophy or the values of this council, if not others. And so I'm going along with it here, despite my same concern that Councilmember Henderson has. I'm hoping we reach a point where we can have the larger conversation about the economic benefit, and who knows, maybe the federal government will push us in that direction, whether we like it or not, but that's certainly for another day. Does anybody want to add anything?
Make a motion?
Yes.
Can I add something before you make your motion? Just, I think maybe it's just something good that we sort of keep sight of, because I think three of us have some discomfort with this one around just the costs and what we're getting. And so maybe it's something that we just keep in our sights as we continue forward as a council, as we look at those priorities and as we're actually rolling out new programs. Like more focus and specificity around that when we can.
I think that's a great conversation to continue at our retreat. So I will go ahead and make a motion that we approve the reusable drinkware funding program with Okapi Reusables to support the launch of a reusable drinkware return system at Truckee businesses, and approve Town of Truckee dishwashing grant for Truckee restaurants participating in the Okapi reusable drinkware program.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Are there any opposed? No. Passed unanimously. Okay, now Yumi. Agenda item 7.5, Development Code. We're going to bifurcate this item, and we'll continue the other topics in this item. The only thing we're going to address tonight will be the by right housing, and then all the other topics will be covered in the next meeting, including the staff presentation, questions by council, public comments, and the deliberation. Everyone fine with this? Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Yumi.
All right. We're here to talk about what we thought 2040 general plan implementation, but you'll be happy to know we pared down the slide presentation from 60 slides to 9. So this was originally supposed to be the first round of amendments to discuss the 2040 general plan implementation, but what we thought we would be doing tonight was to talk about development code amendments, including the creation of new mixed-use zoning districts, creation of by right housing, cleanup amendments for the general plan consistency, and zoning map amendments to ensure consistency with the general plan land use designations, and then the general plan cleanup amendments for the land use diagram and noise contour diagrams. But based on council's direction, we are bifurcating those items, and we are recommending that the council move forward with just discussing the creation of by right housing for the development code amendments, and then continue review of the continuing the development code amendments for the mixed-use zoning districts, the cleanup amendments, general plan consistency, the zoning map amendments, and the general plan cleanup amendments for the land use diagram and the noise contour diagram. and it could be a date and time certain if you are so choose. So we're proposing a new chapter in the development code for by right housing, and this change is being driven by the state and housing element program H1.1. The state required at that time that when we adopted the housing element that the town allow by right housing on sites that were identified as housing sites in 2 previous housing elements but were not developed. So we have 5 sites that met that criteria, which include the Upper MacIver site, the 2 what were called the Arnold sites, on West River, the Winter Creek multifamily site, and then the Jorga Ranch Parcel 4 site. So by right in this instance means that the project cannot be subject to discretionary review if the project meets objective standards. All projects that meet this required criteria would be reviewed at the staff level without environmental review. This means that if a housing development is proposed that has a minimum density of 15 dwelling units per acre, 20% of the housing units are dedicated to lower income households and meet the town's objective standards, including the design standards we adopted in 2023. The project can be reviewed administratively at the staff level, regardless of how many units are proposed. So staff is recommending that the council adopt a separate resolution also that identifies the locations of the eligible housing sites, which looks like this map here. This is a little bit unrelated, but because we are opening up the public meeting, there were public comments related to the mixed use discussion. That's not pertinent to the by right discussion. We received public comment from Jeannie McCarthy, Gavin Ball, and M. Silver, which are all about the mixed use zoning, which we can bring back at the next meeting, but I just wanted to make sure that that was out there. Planning Commission reviewed this by right housing ordinance at their December meeting, and among other recommendations, they recommended adoption of the by right housing ordinance without any modifications from what you're seeing tonight, and recommended the amendment be exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15061B3 and sections 15060C2 and C3. So tonight, staff's recommendation is to introduce ordinance 2025-01, adopting amendments to the Truckee Municipal Code to add a new ordinance for by right housing, which is chapter 18.217, adopt resolution 2025-11, adopting the eligible by right housing sites map, which you saw before, determining the amendments to be exempt from CEQA because adoption of the ordinance and resolution is not considered a project pursuant to sections 15060C2 and C3. And because under section 15061B3, this amendment is not exempt from the requirements of CEQA because it can be seen with certainty that the provisions would not have a potential for causing a significant effect on the environment. And then continue the remainder of the hearing items that I've listed previously related to the mixed-use zoning districts, the cleanup amendments, the zoning district name changes, the zoning map changes, and the general plan land use and noise contour changes. Cleanup amendments to a date and time certain if you choose tonight. And that's all I have for the by right housing.
Councilmember Pallavi.
2 quick questions. One, Yumi, were the property owners asked if they wanted to have their properties included in the by right housing chapter?
No, they were notified back when we did the housing element, and we notified them as part of the Planning Commission and this hearing, and we haven't heard from them. It doesn't actually change much for them. It's an option for them to go down if they want to. The density for all of the housing units meet the requirement already that's in the.
And isn't that Winter Creek one? Isn't that the Silver Creek project, or is that a different parcel?
That's correct.
It is?
Yes.
And so isn't that already have an active project on it?
It does.
And it doesn't matter? We can just move this forward and doesn't matter?
This is kind of a housekeeping cleanup. The state is requiring us to do this because the sites have not previously been developed, and the State Department of Housing and Community Development keeps reminding us that we need to do this.
Got it.
So even though
it doesn't matter that they don't know there's an application because
nor do
nothing's
they
been
care.
built, nor do they care. Understood. Thank you. No further questions.
Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Vice Mayor Klostad. Councilmember Romack. No. Okay. So the housing HCD doesn't care that these properties aren't going to be developed on RENA. They're never going to satisfy the RENA objectives.
They could certainly help with the RENA objectives. The purpose of this by right housing is to encourage it by allowing these projects to be ministerial if they meet this objective criteria. But the projects can come in and be approved under the base zoning and the standard without using the by right housing ordinance.
I thought HCD wanted some kind of good faith effort to identify properties that actually had the potential or some likelihood of being developed to serve their purposes.
That is part of the general RENA process. We do identify those sites. When we did our housing element back in 2019, we did have ample housing sites that were identified to meet our RENA. So we didn't need to rezone any new sites, but
Right.
this was identified because of the criteria of being identified in two previous housing elements that it needed to be allowed to do by right housing.
Okay, those are all my questions. Yeah, certainly go ahead.
Just to clarify, we did receive comments on other aspects of this agenda item, mostly the neighborhood mixed use. Were there any public comments received on this specific part of it? I do not recall seeing any.
No.
No, just clarifying. Thank you.
Yeah, and essentially, we don't have any discretion. We're behind in doing this.
That's correct.
Yeah. At the next meeting, as we continue all the other topics here, the public will have an opportunity to comment on those other topics. So the only failure to comment now applies to the by right housing. Are there any public comments on by right housing? Seeing none, let's go to deliberation, and I don't mind if we have a motion.
Go ahead. You want me to go? I will move that we introduce ordinance 2025-01, adopt resolution 2025-11, determine all the amendments to be exempt from CEQA, and continue the remainder of the hearing items to a future date in February.
The second meeting in February.
Yes.
It's February
I don't know
25th.
what date that is. Thank you.
I will second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
And so the rest of this item is continued to February 28th.
25th.
27th, thank you.
25th.
Okay, let's do council reports. How's that sound? Who wants to start?
I can go first. It was talking to some planning commission applicants. It was my main topic, and that's about it.
Okay. Vice Mayor Klostad?
You know, it was a really busy couple of weeks. I'll try to be fast. I've been meeting with a bunch of constituents and fellow electeds just in preparation for our priorities, trying to make sure we're aligning so we'll just serve our community. Attended the CTA membership subcommittee meeting, and we are looking for about a dozen new members for CTA. Anybody out there interested, curious, reach out to me. Civic Well board meeting in preparation for our policymakers conference in Yosemite. I know we have a couple council members that can't make it. I hope the rest of you can. It'll be in Yosemite. A lot of great stuff I was going to talk more about. I'll talk next time. Watched a couple planning commission meetings. Enjoyed the Measure E and Steve Teixeira celebration. It was really nice to gather and celebrate the success in service to our community. I attended the last of the library design meetings, and the progress they made over the last 6 months has been really extraordinary. I know you all saw the display the last time they were here. Very exciting progress there. Attended the community meeting with our local agencies and law enforcement. There's another one of those tomorrow, that right? At 4? No? Okay. This attended a biomass task force meeting where we supported the addition of the Olympic Valley Public Service District into that organization. And the big news is North Star purchased their boiler for their plant. And a lot of other great things happening on that project. we'll call that good.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. I finished all of my planning commissioner interviews. I met with the folks from R2SC. I think we all mostly did that. And my big lift, I spent about 150 hours on that wildfire drive over 11 days. So that took a lot of time. But I do want to share that in addition to all of the local media attention that we got on it, which was amazing, just highlighting all of the partnerships that took place on that. Sierra Sun, Moonshine, JD had me on the radio a couple of times. Colo 8 also came up. They did an interview and coverage. So we have a segment, and I know Jen and Bron, you guys have that. I think we can repurpose that just again to show those partnerships. And we also got picked up on Cap Radio down in Sacramento. So it was a really, really big effort. I was exhausted after it, and I am really, really glad that we did it. So thank you.
Councilmember Pallavi.
Nothing to report.
I attended the Building Community Support training put on by TTCF, attended the Truckee River Legacy Foundation meeting where they discussed near and long-term goals, attended the community support meeting regarding outreach and education for members of our community, attended the mayor manager's breakfast down in Grass Valley where I learned more about Nevada City's infill housing program, Grass Valley's biochar converter, and a special $250,000 fund that they have to remove trees on low-income properties. The chamber put on a program on affordable housing success stories. We had a person speak to the benefits for them to be able to buy a house with THAP. That was somebody who worked at TTSD. Then attended at Artist Lofts, talked about how great it was how wonderful it was to be able to afford a place in the Artist Lofts. And she was really glad she was in one building rather than the other. I highly recommend you catch that video. She has a future as a comedian. And everyone enjoyed her. Another person was in Hopkins Village, and the last person who spoke was Aaron Hussein, who's doing a lease to locals as a landlord. Anyway, they're all very complimentary to the town's programs. Was what was really great to hear. They were success stories. Participated in a meeting with Anna and some staff members about Southwest Gas and the role it could play in achieving our climate action goals. Met with David Diamond to talk about development code improvements. Participated in the annual Cities and Town panel sponsored by the county down in Grass Valley, where Jen and I made a presentation on behalf of Truckee about what we've accomplished in the last calendar year and what we hope to achieve in 2025. And then finally, the Chamber of Commerce had a town talk I attended on navigating immigration rights the other morning. That's it. See you later, Dave. Okay. Okay, so this meeting is now adjourned until the Truckee Town Council retreat on February 11th at noon at the Gravity House here in Truckee at 10918 Brockway Road, Truckee, California.
Thank you.
Meeting's adjourned.